welcome back to the Global Workplace Wellness Summit 2020. This is our afternoon session on November 12th, our day three, one more day to go. My goodness, have you guys been blown away by the caliber of speakers and topics and information? Like my head is full. I am so excited. I have learned so much, and I know I've been getting emails and I've been getting text messages, and wow, I it has just been fabulous. So thank you all for being here and for your participation. And my name is Joyce Odidison. If you're just joining us for the first time, I want to thank you for being here and for joining in. And those of you on YouTube, thank you so much. And we're here today and this afternoon. We're starting our afternoon session, and we're starting off with one of my favorite ladies. So we are going to be hearing from Victoria Granger. Victoria Granger is a passionate advocate for the impact well-being has on performance. She is the founder and CEO of Wellness Works Canada, a not-for-profit association that empowers, educates, and supports workplace wellness practitioners and employers in building healthy cultures, high-performing work cultures. Victoria has worked in the field of health promotion and population health for 20 years, and Wellness Works is the not-for-profit sponsor for the Global Workplace Wellness Summit. I've had an opportunity to get to know Victoria and work with her closely as we prepare for the summit, and I'm so excited to hear what she has to share with us today. A woman with profound knowledge. Welcome, Victoria.
Thank you, Joyce. Thanks for having me. It's a pleasure to be here to talk with you today. And it's been, like you said, such a great experience so far, such great speakers that we've heard from, and such great focus. I've been taking lots of notes and have lots of tips. So I'm going to talk a little bit how and challenge everyone to change our narrative a little bit around workplace wellness, to really talk about performance. The number one issue I find that when I work with organizations is that I hear people find that it's really challenging to get all leaders on board to really see and understand how well-being is really a strategic imperative to supporting the performance of the organization. And everybody has different needs and different outcomes that we're trying to achieve. And so today we're going to talk a little bit about how we can create a bit of a business case to inspire everyone to get on board, to invest in well-being, to in employee well-being and employee health, to really create a culture of health and performance, so that they're really viewed as one in the same. So I'd like to think that everybody here is a leader in one shape, way or form or another. As Brene Brown was quoted just earlier, and I love Brene Brown as well. And sometimes I quote her, and she always talks about leaders, the definition of a leader. And she says that that is really just someone who can empower the potential in others. And I think that we all have the ability to do that here, everybody here who is here on the call. And I think that hopefully everyone here too is starting to believe, and if you're not yet crazy enough to believe this, but hopefully you will be by the end, that if you're crazy enough to believe that you can change the world, you know, those are the ones who do. And so we can't always, I think we heard yesterday from a speaker talk about how it is important to focus in on ourselves and who we can change. But when we can invest in changing the narrative and supporting a culture of health and a culture of performance in ourselves and with the people that we work with, even if we can't necessarily influence everyone who we work with, there is still opportunities for us to be able to go and change the world that way, because we know of the powerful impact and the ripple effect that it has by changing the way we do our work and the way that we work with our peers. And how we support our teams that we work with, whether we lead them or not, And eventually, when you can show an impact in performance and in health and in well-being on your teams, other people take note. And then hopefully the organization takes note, and then other organizations take note. And, you know, together we can really collectively start to really create greater health and performance within our organizations, and have a ripple effect in terms of our greater population and the economy that we serve. So the key outcomes for today are to have a bit of a business case, to have a toolkit to implement and evaluate a workplace health and performance strategy, and to have some simple and tangible tips and tools to improve employee health and organizational performance. Lofty goals in the time that we have here, but we are going to get a good start on achieving these outcomes.
Join the meeting.
Some of this, of course, will have to happen throughout time as we progress and in the jobs and the roles that we have, but I believe that we can start with this. So let's look at I first want to start out and share, because this is the Global Workplace Wellness Summit, about the global business case, because we know that countries around the world are doing some amazing things and are seeing the dividends. They're doing amazing things in terms of supporting well-being, and they're seeing the dividends of that in their productivity levels and their quality of life, in the health outcomes, and in their GDP and in their economy. So let's have a quick look at what Norway's up to. So Norway is considered to be Scandinavia's productivity king. They have a 27-hour working week on average. That's combining full-time hours and part-time hours. But they're also more productive than a lot of the countries in UK and Israel who work longer hours, and they rank third in the World Happiness Report. Then let's have a look at France. So France has a law that bars work email after hours. So this is really timely, considering the presentation that we just heard around having that right to disconnect is so important and so powerful. So that is actually proved to be really powerful for the country. And they've also recognized that working more does not necessarily mean that we are actually more productive. So they enacted a law that reduced the working week from 39 hours to 35 hours. And their employees only work on average of 30 days. They get 30 days of paid leave per hours, and they work around the 35 hours per week. But they are also quite productive and have a very strong economy. Then when we look at Switzerland, they're actually the third most productive country in the world, yet they only spend 30 hours a week at the office. I'd love to do some polls with you. You guys can type into the chat box while I'm going through these stats. How many hours a week do you guys typically work? Just throw them in the chat function as I'm speaking. And so Switzerland, we know they also top the world's happiness report as well. All right, so then let's have a look at Luxembourg. They are the most productive country in the world. They average a work week of only 29 hours a week, even less than some of the others, albeit they're a small country, right? They are not the biggest country in the world, but they are very productive, and they receive a minimum of 5 weeks paid leave every year as well. I love that. I'm seeing some chat around that. There's too many hours to count. But on average, when we survey and we do some polls with people, we find that people work an average, in North America of between 40 to 50 plus hours for sure. So Australia does some really great work too. So there's a culture within the country, and obviously this isn't going to be everywhere, but that there's this flexibility and people value the freedom to work remotely. And obviously now we're having that opportunity, whether we want it or not, but over a sizable paycheck. And there's just this flexibility culture. They work an average of 35 hours a week, and they have one of the highest GDPs per capita in the world. So I'm seeing 40 to 45 hours for some people as well. So let's look at USA. So they rank 5th most productive. They put in more hours for sure, 33.6 hours. That's combining full-time and part-time again. But they work more than all of the European countries that have higher productivity rankings than them. So they work more. So there's still a little bit of work to do there in terms of the productivity. Another interesting fact, their healthcare system ranks 27th globally, largely because of the cost. It's quite an expensive system that they have going on. And they rank 18th in the Global Happiness Report. So there's a little bit of work to be done there. So here I'm in Canada. So let's talk about Canada a little bit. We rank 13th for productivity. Our healthcare system ranks 3rd last out of developed countries. We work an average of 37.5 hours, more than all of these other countries. We are hard workers here in Canada. Unfortunately, oh, Lindsay, are you in Canada? 60 to 70 hours a week. That's not good. And so again, that's combined full-time and part-time. So when we look at only for full-time, the reports that we see from Stats Canada say that it's around 44 hours. But we also know that overtime hours have increased quite a lot, substantially, 56% between 2003 and 2013. So a lot of us are working maybe a little bit harder than we should be. So, and in terms of happiness report, ranking 9th, so definitely could be a little bit happier as well. So what I'm pointing out here with this global perspective is that, you know, we have the most productive countries, the countries that have strong GDPs, have strong economies, have strong happiness rankings, according to the global surveys that are conducted, are working a lot less, and there's a value on well-being and health when we think about preventative health. And so it's a little bit different than sometimes what we're doing in North America. So there's definitely practices that we need to learn. So let's think a little bit and work towards creating a bit of a business case for your workplace. And that's what's so key here, is that it has to be tailored for your organization for it to be really effective. So in organizations, there's a trending goal and a trending theme that we've been seeing with organizations is that we're starting to measure things in a balanced way. Instead of only focusing in on the financial perspective and what our bottom line is, there's a realization that there's 3 other critical factors that influence the financial perspective of the organization, of the performance of the organization. So at the foundation of it really is the culture and the people, right? The people are what help the organization perform, but also the customer and the customer's experience and the organization's reputation is also highly going to impact your financial outcomes, because if your organization isn't perceived, if you don't provide good customer experience, people aren't going to come back to you and they're not going to continue to want to work with you, right? And then there's internal business processes. So that is basically how efficient is your organization in working towards the goals that it's achieving. Are you wasting money? Are you wasting resources? And that kind of thing. So I'm going to connect the dots between these 4 business perspectives of how organizations are often measuring their performance and how well-being contributes to each of these to help us develop a scorecard and strategy map that serves as a business case to achieve the organization's performance outcomes through health and through well-being of the organization, to make sure that leaders in each maybe business line and each department all are equally invested in it. So I've uploaded into the chat function a Word document. You can just enter in the chat function if you see it. You might have to scroll up a little bit. If there were some people that were joining late, you may have actually not seen it. So you know what, I'm gonna attach it again here for you just in case so that you have it. So there's 2 key things, because I do want you to walk away with a business case or with a strategy map. So the first thing that we're going to look at here is, sorry, I'm just going to make sure I'm uploading the right document here for you. There it is. Okay. The first 2 things that we want to do are define what our pain points are in our organization. What is the need in the organization? What do leaders care about? What is important to them? And you can compare and contrast that, and sometimes these are the same as the business outcomes that you have in your organization's strategic plan. So large organizations are going to have a pretty defined strategic plan. Smaller organizations might have something that's a little bit looser. And so that's when you're maybe going to more just focus on what are the pain points, what are like main goals, and how can we address the issues that we're seeing and facing. So I'm going to encourage you to download that strategy map template that was uploaded there. And we're going to work together to fill it out. And I'm going to give you some examples of things that you can include in there so that you have a bit of a strategy map or a business case that will help stakeholders understand the value of investing in well-being. So let's start and have a look at what the strategy map looks like. So you have a copy, and now you can have a look. Here's the template here on the screen as well. And I'm going to give you a few examples. Feel free to enter things into the chat function here as well, or just enter into your own strategy map. So financial is, you'll see here, there's a whole bunch of arrows. So there's arrows that go from down here that go all the way up. So we know that if we want an organization to have good financial performance, which can look at a few different things. So for cost avoidance, we might look at absenteeism, might be one thing you enter in here. So when you click on it, you'll notice there's a text box, and you can just type in something, and maybe absenteeism, maybe it might be disability cost claims, it might be maybe you have a lot of bullying and harassment claims that are impacting people. If you measure, you have to put only things in here that are measurable. If you measure presenteeism, then maybe that's something you put in there too, because it obviously helps support and reduce the costs. So those are a couple of examples, things that you can put in there. For performance, oftentimes things that we see from organizations that are, if you're not for profit, it usually has to do with social impact and how you're measuring that. It might be also cost avoidance, but it might be, of course, net revenue. So I encourage you to put a couple of things in there of things that your organization measures. And so the reason that we're doing this, as you'll see, is we're going to connect the dots between how to really look at the full value, not just the cost. So the cost we have at the top, but really the full value comes down to all of these other factors as well. So we know customer, the client, the customer is extremely important in the performance of an organization, right? So oftentimes when we're looking at the customer, we want to look at what their experience is. So if you measure customer experience, that might be one thing you put in there. It might be brand reputation. So if you do market surveys on your brand, then that would be something that you would put there as well. Or you might put something in there like customer loyalty, or even the number of community partnerships that you have. Now, the reputation, and I'm going to connect the dots with well-being here on this one even more. So financial, it's a bit of a no-brainer, especially for the cost avoidance, right? If people are healthier, they're taking less time off. But that's not the biggest. That's not the biggest reward and the biggest bang that we're going to see for our investment in well-being. So some of the other things that we're going to see here include customer reputation. So for example, Starbucks, they do market surveys all the time. They're a big organization, and they try to determine what do people like about their brand so that they can excel upon those strengths. And 87% of survey respondents who responded to a survey about why people like their brand said that they like Starbucks because of the way that they treat their people. And so there you go. The cliche is true. Happy, well taken care of employees who are healthy are supported to be, when they're supported to be well, the reputation of the organization enhances, and your brand and your reputation really is everything. That's what makes people want to go to your place or to partake in your services or to buy your products, because they believe in that. And social capital and social capitalism is a big trend these days, where there's an expectation of for-profit organizations to really invest in and support and support the organization or to support their community and to support their employees. It's the socially responsible thing to do. So enter in a couple of things there about what's important to your organization. Is the reputation important, and do you measure that? Is customer experience, customer loyalty, those kinds of things important? The third one here is internal business processes. And that is, how efficient is your organization, and I left in adaptability as one example here, and or agility, because living through the time of COVID-19, we all have to be very agile. We've all had to rework our businesses and adapt to support people, our clients, and to support our employees to be able to perform. And I heard this really great quote that I often like to repeat, and I can't remember the original source of it, but how it goes is that we were used to have a good IQ to be successful in our jobs and in our roles. And then we had to have a good EQ, which is the emotional intelligence, which we absolutely still need to have as well. But then the third thing here that we now are needing more than ever, and this quote came out before COVID-19, was our AQ, our agility quotient, our ability to adapt, because we know that now the only thing that the norm is change. And the only thing that is constant is change in the organizations that we're working with and in life, in many cases, not always. So if in order to be operationally excellent, if we invest in supporting our employees to be well, to be adaptive, to be innovative, and to be able to thrive throughout change, obviously our organization is going to be better. But another huge key factor here is our psychological safety. So a lot of people talk about psychological safety. Amy Edmondson, Timothy R. Clark, there's a lot of people out there who and obviously in Canada, we have the Psychological Health and Safety Standard. And basically what psychological safety is it's really the ability of people within the organization to speak up, to offer ideas, to take interpersonal risks, to not have fear of maybe even challenging status quo, and basically not afraid to innovate, because innovation is taking risks. And when people and individuals cannot speak up and challenge processes or feel free to offer ideas, the organization or to say, you know what, hey, this process isn't working, then the organization is not going to be as adaptable and isn't going to be as agile and isn't going to be innovative either. So we need to support organizations internally, the business processes, to be effective. And one great way to do that is through psychological safety. So I have a couple of examples of things. So adaptability, agility is one thing. You might also want to put in efficiency here. So efficiency is something that can be influenced through psychological safety. You might want to put collaboration in here. We've been hearing a lot the last couple of days that collaboration is a really important factor in supporting organizations to really be able to thrive. We need to collaborate to come up with problems, to address issues together, and we need to support, two-way communication versus one-way, to help support people through their roles. So write down one or two, a couple of things here in the internal business processes section. Are you going to want to improve the agility of people to be able to adapt? Are you going to want to provide more collaboration? Do you want to focus in on more quality work? Do you want to provide more value for the products and services that you offer? So these are some things. You'll notice here that there's some success factors, and these really contribute to everything around the organization. But in order to create a culture of health and well-being. So one of them obviously is leadership buy-in, and that's what the that's what the strategy map can help to work towards. The other one is obviously integration with business practices. So when you are fully creating a plan based on the organizational performance outcomes that you already have, like the financial outcomes, like the customer experience outcomes, like the having an efficient processes or effective business processes internally, and then obviously that people are engaged and inspired, and that's embedded into all of the practices within the organization, then the better off that it will be altogether. Another example here that you might want to put in this line is communication as well, because that is a success factor, and that is something that helps support the organization to internally function better. Absolutely. So that might be a good example as well that you want to put in there. So the last one here, we're finally getting down to the health of the people. And so let's think about how we can create a healthy, high-performing culture. So I've got things in there, but by all means, you can overwrite them with what's most important for your organization. So most organizations already measure employee engagement. And so if you're engaging that, if you're measuring that, then that is one thing that you're probably going to maybe want to look at improving. If your productivity levels are down because people are working remotely or they're not engaged, then employee performance might be something that you're going to measure as well. So we're looking at this at a very high level, and we'll get a little bit more narrow here soon. But the key is that leadership care about the high level. They don't care about the details. So we're only going to talk about the high level stuff with them and say, you know, we're going to help address this financial issues. We're going to enhance customer experience. We're going to enhance our internal processes. And we're going to have our employees be more engaged and inspired and innovative to achieve our goals. And we're going to do all of that through improving the health and well-being of our people. So these examples here, feel free to keep those in or overwrite them. So, you know, employee performance obviously is one. I encourage all organizations, in order to create accountability, to include in your performance development process an accountability mechanism of supervisors as managers, especially to promote psychological safety and well-being for their people. You know, the old saying, what gets measured gets done, is true. And if you include that in your performance review processes and to sample in your team, if the whole organization isn't ready yet, then they're going to be that much more, you're going to be able to see and measure the progress, and you are going to shift culture a little bit by bit when people are held accountable for it. So again, learning and growth, you know, psychological safety is all about allowing people to speak up and feel safe to learn and not be perfect as they are, because they're there to grow and to reach their potential, and to help support the organization in reaching its potential. And if they don't have the opportunity to learn and grow, then that could be stifled, and that obviously prevents the organization from innovating, from being agile, being able to pivot, you know, when we have to suddenly work from home half the time, or when we have to, you know, all of a sudden wear masks and follow whole new processes for achieving our goals. So I hope all have a couple of points here in each of these things. And I'm going to talk now a little bit more about how we can actually do this. How can we achieve the organization's goals through this strategy map? So in your swag bag, you have a 5-step guide, and this 5-step guide is complimentary, and it's there for you, and it walks you through this 5 steps towards achieving those outcomes that are in your strategy map. So the first one, so you'll see that there are 4 foundational pillars. And the 4 foundational pillars are daily practices and the philosophy of management. One of them is community partnerships to create a culture of health internally and externally. Another one is the physical environment. We heard about that earlier as well, how important that is to supporting people to be healthy and to be well. You know, is their environments conducive? Are there proper OHS mechanisms in place? And then obviously supporting and linking people and employees to resources to help them to be supported and to be well. So the first step, I'm going to walk through these quickly, and then we're going to go into the practical tips, because I encourage everybody to take a strategic approach to supporting the well-being of employees. There are simple, effective daily practices that you can do right away, and I'm going to share those here at the closing, but taking a strategic approach will help ensure that the strategy that you are taking will be sustainable, and that it is a strategic imperative for the organization, because it is embedded in the organization's outcomes, like customer experience, like financial performance, like internal business processes, and then obviously the HR component as well. But okay, so in the chat function, I had already as well downloaded for you a strategy map and scorecard template that were combined. So the scorecard template is the evaluation plan for how you can achieve the main outcomes that you identified in your strategy map. So I hope you can use that to be able to support you in the work that you're doing. So feel free to please download that. If you don't see it there, just please enter in the chat function if you see it or not. If you don't see it, I'll download it for you again. All right, so the next thing that we want to do is to determine the current state this is the first step. So once you have your outcomes based on the organization's outcomes, then you want to do an assessment to find out what stakeholders you need to get on board, find out what the organization is already doing, what good practices you have in place, and find out how employees are feeling, and find out what they need and what their key issues are to be able to support them. The next step that we want to really focus in on is to inspire organizations, or to inspire people, to inspire everybody who's involved to get on board. And you can do that by ensuring that you have a change leadership approach. So the way a change leadership approach basically means that you are inspiring and getting everybody on board and wanting to be a part of shifting the culture to one where health and performance are of utmost importance. And the best way that you can really inspire everybody is one, through the strategy map and the business case for leadership. But the best way otherwise is to make sure that you have an ambassador network, and that you empower people within the organization at every level to get involved and to be a part of the movement, and to be involved in shaping the plan that you also have, so that they can move forwards and support the organization and achieve its goals. So I'm seeing here somebody doesn't have the download, so I will download that for you right now. The inspiration piece, I have to say, is one of the most important pieces, and it really has to do with inclusive leadership. You need to include everybody to be and feel a part of having this strategy, a part of the plan. And if everybody feels a part of it and included in it, and it feels like they have an ability to lead and make an impact, then that is how they are going to be able to move forwards to getting your agenda, because you can't all do it all on your own. You have to have an ambassador network. You have to have people who have your back to support you in your role. All right, so let's talk about the next step. The next step is, if you have leadership on board and you've inspired people, it's only after you've inspired people that you should really focus in then on the planning stage, which is developing measurable objectives and measures, and integrating things as much as possible within the organization's plan. If you do not integrate it and you just create a program, that will not be sustainable. Practices and the organization's strategic measures and objectives, those are sustainable, but programs are not. And when the going gets tough, what's the first thing to get cut? It's those wellness programs. So not all organizations, but in many. And so it's very important that it's integrated into the organization's overarching goals, so that everyone can take this approach that is sustainable for the organization. Okay, so the next stage is the implementation piece. And that is the easy part. All we have to do now, we have created the plan with other people. We completed it with employees, not for employees. Because we use this change leadership approach, and we used inclusive leadership, and we have this network, and that part should be really the easy part. So I'm going to give you practical tips here that you can use here in a minute, but it really should be the easiest component. So the last stage is the evaluation. But if you have your strategy map and you use that PDF document that I gave you that has a scorecard in there, that's your evaluation plan. You should create your evaluation plan at the beginning, not at the end. If you do it at the beginning, then it'll be a lot simpler, it'll be a lot more efficient, and it will be just a lot easier. So basically what you want to do is use the scorecard template that I provided you with, and use that to and make sure that you continually celebrate the quick wins and the long-term wins as you move forwards. Okay, so we covered a lot already, but now we're going to get into the practical tips you can take now and use right away, because using a strategic approach is imperative, but there are a lot of easy, simple, tangible tips and things that you can right off the bat to support your organization and or just your team to thrive and to perform better. So in summary, these are the 5 steps. The 5-step guide is in the swag bag, so you can access that there. It's a simple guide that walks you through the process and to help you move forwards. Okay, so let's talk about some practical tips that we now can use to create a healthy, high-performing work culture. So the first one is to assess the current state. So when you're assessing the current state is not necessarily a quick win, but it is really, really imperative to understand and know what your people are wanting and needing, and how maybe they're being impacted by COVID-19 and how they can be better supported. So, practicing and celebrating the quick wins that you already have are important, but you also really need to ensure that you know what employees need. So doing a quick survey, we have a quick survey that's actually available for free to download on wellnessworkscanada.ca, and it's 10 questions, and that can help you sometimes figure out where employees are at, and you can just do that with your team if you need, and make sure that it's anonymous. Okay, so here's tip number 2, which is a little bit simpler and a little bit easier to adapt sometimes. So depending on how much influence you have on your team. So this one is around increasing employee influence and control. So we know that autonomy within employees' job roles is the #1 determinant of job satisfaction, according to Gallup, which is well known based on 40 years of research, organization that completes employee engagement surveys. So you want to, and how you can support employee influence and control is by giving them that flexibility that we were talking about earlier. So we heard Dr. Tyler Amell earlier talking about how he's seen some organizations say, we only schedule meetings between 10 and 3, and the rest of the day, employees have full autonomy and it's their time, and they don't have to be in meetings. They can change their work around the schedule, that suits them. That can be really, really powerful. Giving them control over their own jobs. Having a ton of two-way communication. So communication cannot only be one way. Even when you're trying to support employee well-being, you always need to invite as much as possible feedback on the things that you're doing, and to be very transparent in that work. Now, transparent doesn't mean unspilling everything, but if you don't know where how a certain process or policy is gonna roll out through COVID, because we're going through so much uncertainty and nobody knows, just be transparent about that and say, we're in this together, and I welcome your ideas and I welcome your suggestions. And that can really help to support people to feel engaged and really a part of something bigger, and to feel invested and inspired in their workplace. So providing that autonomy and cultivating trust. So Mari was talking about that as well. Trust is is so crucial in supporting organizations and employees to feel healthy and supported in their roles. So providing as much trust by offering, having a lot of two-way communication and inviting feedback and giving that autonomy and giving flexibility, all of these things together will help to create that and support that. All right, so here are a few other tips here. So transparent, frequent two-way communication to foster trust was in tip 2, and it's slightly different because I know we were talking about increasing autonomy and control. So one way we can help support people to feel like they have control over the job and they have control and they have input within the organization is to foster that two-way communication. But as a leader or as somebody who's trying to support your team, one of the best things that you can do is to make sure that you offer this communication to foster this trust within your team as much as possible. Now with COVID, it is hard. And how do we invest people, or how do we keep in touch with people enough when when sometimes people are working remotely? And having a 10-minute touch base where you invite feedback from your employees or from your team is one way to do that. And then obviously you need to share information with them, but also invite that feedback as much as possible. And that really helps them feel empowered and helps foster trust as well. I have another one here around starting meetings with a win. So this one is around cultivating positivity at work. So sometimes we can feel stressed and we can feel overwhelmed. We might feel isolated and disconnected. And a great way, tons and tons of evidence around this, and this is a very simple but very effective tool, is to always start every meeting with a win, a success story, a positive story, or positive reflection, to just really increase and engage and change the mood. So instead of saying, okay, starting with the issues and the problems always, just start with a win and have that as a standing agenda item. Like if you have a meeting template, make sure that there's something positive that starts every agenda, whatever meets your culture. It might be a win, it might be a positive story, it might be a success. It might be even a joke or something funny to make it lighthearted, but start it with something positive, and that can be extremely powerful. All right, so let's talk a little bit around the 5th tip here, which is about expanding support. So support for employees is important, and that is a lot of the focus oftentimes around wellness programming or around wellness programs. And so these things, especially throughout the global pandemic, it is a good time to start investing in this. So we know that mental health is one of the major issues that we've been seeing from all that research that we saw earlier this morning. So having and offering mental health first aid training, which is available in 22 countries across the world, can be one really great way to help prevent that financial cost avoidance piece that we were talking about, to reduce and to support employees to be able to thrive, to deal with the anxiety, to deal with the uncertainty, to create a culture where there isn't stigma around mental health, to support people. So we heard a lot about that yesterday around mental health. Having even things like mental health first aid kits can be one really great tool as well, to make sure that it's visible to employees that, we actually do care about your mental well-being just as much as we care about your physical health. So they're actually in the marketplace offered at a discount. So that's something you can invest in terms of support. Resiliency training and is something that is often very important as well. Organizations are now talking a lot about psychological capital rather than just resilience. And psychological capital is basically, it's a combination of 4 things, and it makes up the acronym HERO. So the first thing that you can do to build psychological capital, which is basically, the intellect and the brain power that you have for your employees and for your team, is to foster hope is the E in HERO. E is efficacy. How can you support employees to feel like they do have control over their jobs? So you'll notice these tips that I've been giving align with that. How do you support them to be well? How to support them to feel that they have power, that they feel efficient and have efficacy around their well-being and their jobs. And then the R is resilience, which is obviously a really important piece. And then the O is around optimism and creating positivity and optimism. So starting meetings with a win can foster positivity, and to support optimism, that is usually something that the leaders can model. And how can you support looking towards the potential of the future and how the future can be bright, and support people in that. So fostering things like that through training for employees, for leaders, can be really powerful as well. Obviously, using things like your employee family assistance provider in Canada here. If you don't have one and finances are tight in your organization, there's a lot of resources that are made available free by governments and in most countries. Canada has something called Wellness Together Canada, and it's a free resource that provides counseling to employees and to any individual based on their needs due to the stress and the mental stress that we've been seeing from the pandemic. So using that. And another thing too is quiet rooms. We were talking about naps earlier. I can't power nap like you, Joyce. Joyce said she can power nap well. Unfortunately, don't have that ability, but having a quiet room for people to either nap, to exercise, mindfulness, to unplug, like we were hearing from just earlier, all of those things can be really powerful as well, to support people to be able to reach their potential. But the idea here is that we really do want to focus in on the employees and what they need, and the organization and what the organization's outcomes are, so that you can meet their needs to support not just the health and well-being of employees, but that is our goal, but also the performance of the organizations, because the two go hand in hand. Your organization will not perform, people will not be productive, you will not thrive, you will not be able to adapt and to be agile unless we really do build a culture of health and performance and support employees to be able to reach their potential, because that is what well-being is. Well-being is defined as the ability for people to reach their potential. And so you need to support that. So I hope that you can all go and be that change, be a health and performance ambassador, talk to leadership, and if you are a leader, use the map for yourself to look at how can we achieve our organization's outcomes through health and through well-being. So I hope you can go out there and be inspiring and support and build this culture of health and performance through a culture of performance through health. And so I'm happy to take questions now. And here's my information if you need it. And I'll enter into the chat function just a couple of areas where a couple of resources that are also available for people. So welcome up to questions here, and I'll enter those into the chat function, those resources for you here. Oops. So does anybody want to enter in some, if you have questions, just feel free to enter them into the chat function, or you can unmute.
So Victoria, what is one question that people normally ask you after your presentation? What comes up most frequently?
Yeah, so, the biggest questions that I usually get are, you know what, I'm bought in, I get it, I want to support everybody, but how can we really get leaders on board? So the presentation answered that a little bit in terms of using that strategy map and understanding what their needs are. It can be hard sometimes to think about how we can support performance if we're not really understanding the organization's goals and outcomes. And so from there, it's really important to get your organization's strategic plan and talk to leaders and do a bit of a stakeholder analysis to say, well, what is important to the stakeholders? And then dovetail the the information that we talked about today to that, versus saying, versus only saying that, you know what, we know that healthy people perform better and we want to invest in them, but really focusing in on the strategic outcomes that are already clearly in the plan.
Exactly. All right. Okay, so we see any other questions? This was great. Thanks so much.
Oh yeah, I see one question here of, do we think wellness should be taught in schools as well? 100%. So through Wellness Works Canada, we actually do advocacy work. So we really advocate for the impact that well-being has on performance. And that's one of the things that we do in business schools for sure, and in personal. And we're seeing it here in Canada a little bit. Like my son is in kindergarten and they do yoga. So that's great that these things are in schools. People need to learn skills to be able to be well, especially because of technology and the changes that we've been seeing. Technology is definitely having impact on our well-being, as we heard in that last presentation. So I think that in all business curriculums, it should be a part of that as well, especially in any of those, and any human resource schools as well, and occupational health and safety. And we're starting to see it here and there, but we need to be doing that more.
Excellent. You know, when I listen to your presentation and you talk about productivity being a driver for well-being in the workplace, and what are some of the other drivers that you come across?
Yeah, so productivity absolutely is, and that's often a key driver, and oftentimes it's the mental health and stress. It's workload. Workload is usually often a huge issue, where organizations and people have a workload that is unsustainable because people are burning out. And oftentimes we'll do polls with people and to find out how many of you have experienced burnout, and we'll see 75 to 85%, it depends on the industry, of people have experienced burnout. So that's a huge driver to how can we address that to support people to then be productive and to perform well.
Exactly. Yes. And we see that a lot. We see where the rate of employees on disability goes up, or employees having mental health breakdown or heart attacks.
You're right, like in your presentation.
Yeah, we're seeing more of those. We've had strokes for younger employees, which is just unbelievable.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna add one thing about that. So there's actually a really good TED talk on how to make stress your best friend, and she talks a bit about how. So if you Google that, you'll find that, how to make stress your best friend. They talk about how heart events, cardiovascular events are happening because of high levels of stress. But there's been a lot of research around what makes our blood vessels constrict when we're feeling stressed out. And most of it is, mindset, as you would attribute, right, Joyce, around your mindset, but ability to reframe your mind around stress and perceive it as something that's actually helping you perform versus something that's hindering you, and that is causing a negative impact on you. So they did research, and the people who perceived stress as something that was actually beneficial for their well-being, their blood vessels didn't constrict. And so they had less risk of cardiovascular events like strokes, heart attacks, all of these things afterwards. So fascinating.
Yeah, it is. I think a lot of, Essie's presentation yesterday, Essie's, she was talking about how we deal with stress. I think yesterday we had a lot of tips about that. I think Ria also talked about things we can do, reprogramming our mind, right? Mindset has a lot to do with how we deal with the stress in the workplace. And there was a comment here from, I think it was Loretta, said something.
Yeah.
Oh, when you love what you do, the productivity will be 99%. However, so many people just don't want to be.
Yeah. Exactly. So if you can connect people to the prior purpose and to feel involved and a part of the organization versus they're only there to do their job, but if they can be connected to that purpose and have autonomy to give feedback, that's why that two-way communication is so important, then hopefully they'll want to be at work.
Yes. Yeah, absolutely. I think there are just, humans are such complex beings, right? Some people are there for the paycheck. Some people are there for community. Some people are there because, faith. There are so many reasons, and that's so many reasons. It's so complex, and so employers have to open their minds to working with people from various backgrounds, various communities, and just let people know they care. And sometimes some people just want to know you care about them and they will work for you happily.
Exactly.
Okay.
Yes, yes, yeah. Find out what they need. That's why you have to do that survey. Yeah.
Yes, yes, absolutely. Just keep those lines of communication open and very much about that. And for those employees who don't want to be at work, because that is something I get told a lot. Joyce, they just don't want to work. They hate work, so they make everybody's life miserable. And
Mhm.
so I still don't believe that if anybody gets up in the morning and say, I'm getting dressed, putting on my shoes, and I'm gonna go make somebody's life miserable. I don't believe that. I don't believe that. I think they're looking for something else, or they're needing something else that they cannot get. And they're just like you have a baby have a tantrum when they don't get what they need or what they want. And so they're just reacting to an external stimuli or an internal need that sometimes they can't even voice. And that's
Yeah.
one of the things that we notice. Yeah.
Yeah. So if you can listen to your employees and to find out what's wrong, and have that two-way again, the communication, then hopefully you can find out what they need. Yeah, because people don't want to be miserable. They don't want to go ruin other people's days or
Oh,
be unmotivated or uninspired. Yeah.
no. I get seen some of the most hard to work with employees, and they tell me, Joyce, I'm a nice person. I'm a good person. I'm like, there are thousands of employees in your organization, and none of them, you've had six bosses, and I know none of them will think you're a nice person, but they think that they're a good person. And so it's really important for us to know that everybody wants to be perceived in a good light. Sometimes they just don't have the tools on how to do that, or how to show up in a way that will constitute to that. So helping them
Mhm.
along the way is my favorite thing to do.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Victoria, this was a great presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank
And
you.
yeah, it's been such a full day. My goodness. Friends and supporters of the Global Workplace Wellness Summit, it has been almost 3 powerful days. We've had some great presentations. We started this morning with Dr. Tyler Owl, and he talks about how data can help us understand the changes that's needed at work and how we can respond to COVID-19 differently as a leader. If you're looking at what am I going to do? Where are we at? Check out our YouTube channel, the Global Workplace Wellness Summit website, and you will find it on the homepage. You can link into a channel. We'll be making those sessions accessible to some point, and so we will be rotating the sessions that are available. And then of course you can always pick up a pass. If you pick up a VIP pass in our marketplace, we have a summit marketplace. So if you're here and you like to hear something, or you like one of those speakers, go in the marketplace. They have actually provided huge discount for our audience this year, so you can get services and products and programs from them. I know Victoria mentioned the mental health toolkit. She's got it in the marketplace at a discounted price. So go in and look at the tools and resources that you would like to hear, because this is the best time to get it at this price, as they've discounted it in for the next few days. We also heard from Mari Ryan. Wow. Mari gave us a great presentation on how we can, develop that well-being and create that engagement and dialogue, having those qualitative, dialogue with employees, how to gather information from your employees. So if you're from that old school and all you do is do surveys with your employees, and you're like, they're not doing the surveys anymore. We don't really get any information from our employees anymore. They don't talk to us. They don't respond to the surveys. Well, haha, nobody wants to do surveys. There are more interactive and interesting ways to do surveys. We've seen there's Slido, there's Menti, there's games, there's lots of things that you can do. There's polls, so many ways that get sessions. One of the things we do at Interpersonal Wellness Services is the Wellness Improvement System assessment. And we dropped a link for that. And we'll be sharing other ways that you can access that as well. We actually are building that into an app. So that will be coming live in 2021. And then, of course, I presented on wellness competencies and how we can make our values at work into more actionable competency-based goal setting that engages our employees and create well-being as a system at work rather than a program here and a program there that's very splintered and not together. Then we heard from Alex, and Alex shared with us on the impact of technology and how we can use technology different to and take those time off and not burn out, and how we can be smart. Even though we need technology, thank God for technology with COVID-19, we still have to remember we have one human DNA and we need to take care of ourselves. We need to give ourselves those downtime. Yesterday, Dr. Rabin was our keynote speaker, and he shared the device I'm wearing here, which is the Apollo technology, also at a discounted price in the marketplace. And this is I wear this on days where I cannot take us. We've added in breaks into our session. So if you look at our agenda, we have a 10 to 15-minute break between the presenters to give us some time to downtime, to go to the bathroom, to take a break, have a cup of coffee, stretch. Those are very, very important things for us to do. And we need to do them more, because when we do so, we are able to stay healthier, stay better, stay more positive, and have better response, stay more alert, and be more productive. Victoria just talked about that. How can productivity be one of the drivers for well-being at work? And when we look at productivity in other countries, it's not working 100 hours a week. It's not what makes us productive. Actually, that can actually reduce our productivity when we work too much, because our brain, we get tired. We're only humans. We have belly button. And when we have belly button, that means we get tired. Or we lose our ability to concentrate at a high level. So it's very, very important for us to take those time out, take those breaks, find key ways to build in productivity measures to create happiness, create a harmony in the workplace, optimism. I teach a webinar on 5 health habits, 5 health and wellness benefits of optimism. And I keep I keep hearing from my clients, oh, the employees want that webinar again, because sometimes people just want to hear it and they want to participate in all the different activities because it makes them feel good. Optimism is part of, we crave it as humans, being in the downer. And so right now we're going to take a short break, and then we're going to come back with Victoria Davis, and she's going to talk about designing a wellness program for your company's culture. And let's take a 15-minute break. I think we come back at 2:45, and we'll have Victoria present. Looking forward to it. Have a wonderful break time, and we're going to do a short intermittent break, and then we'll come back. Thank you very much. Come on, let's dance. You've been sitting all day. You move that butt muscles. My kids will send a note and tell me, Mom, you can't dance. But I'm enjoying myself, right? And that's what's important really about work and workplace wellness. It's really about enjoying what we do and having capacity in bringing on capacity in what we do. It's so very important as we work with others. And so in our next presentations, as we go through, we're going to see a common theme. And that is helping employees to really be able to see and to value work. So I think that's key to what we do. All right. Okay. Let's get ourselves back on. All right, everyone. It is my pleasure, very exciting this afternoon as we wrap up our day. We have 3 more speakers. So Victoria, and then we have Gigi, and we have Joe. This day is speeding by. And we've learned so much. I don't know about you, but my brain is like, okay, I'm trying to keep up now. Wait for me. I don't know how many of you feel that way. Your brain is telling you, wait for me, wait for me. I want to be on the train. All right. Okay, well, let's go. Victoria, you are going to be presenting for 15 minutes. So you're on till, you're actually on for an hour on the schedule, but that's okay. 45 minutes to an hour. We'll break up some for questions. So that'll be perfect. So are you sharing your screen, Victoria? If you are, then we need to see you. Yeah, okay, great. Make sure you're all right. So let me read a little bit about Victoria for you so you can get to know her. So Victoria Davis is CEO and co-founder of Avidity Wellness Consulting and Events. Along with her partner, she's developed and executed wellness programs for more than a dozen companies. OH Partners, TGen, Bashas, DC Ranch, Country Club, UNS, has coached over 5,000 employees and has given over 300 wellness presentations at companies of all sizes. She was awarded Health Coach of the Year by the Wellness Council of Arizona in 2018. Victoria, welcome to the Global Workplace Wellness Summit stage. We can't wait to hear from you.
Thank you. Can you guys hear me? Can you tell me, Joyce? Can you hear me okay?
We can hear you and see you quite well.
Okay, fantastic. So thank you so much for having me. And I get it. I know what it's like when we get to do virtual conferences. It makes it more accessible, but our brain can hurt quick. So bear with me. I know that we can catch it all on YouTube later. So if there's anything that's really noteworthy or that you want to grab a nugget, write it down. That's what I always do and come back to it later. So today I am going to talk about programming for your company's unique culture. As Joyce mentioned, I have been in a lot of companies of all shapes and sizes, different, corporations, all of that. And one of the biggest gaps that I have found in my experience is that if it's not the wellness programming that's offered, if it is not connected to the culture of the company, then it's not really going to work. I have seen this time and time again that just like you have your unique set of beliefs and values, if your company and your wellness program isn't centered around the same thing, then it's really hard for the program to last, to endure. And you think, a lot of times, okay,
Join the meeting.
Great for the first year. And then 2 years down the road, you wonder why people fall off. It's because they're not really connecting to it at a core level. And so I'm going to go through and talk about that. I'm going to grab my phone so I make sure that I'm watching the time. Okay. And we're going to go ahead and dive in. So okay, so your company has a unique culture, right? We're going to talk about the different types of culture that are present within your company. But before you can serve your employees in wellness, right, you really need to know who you are, what you guys stand for, what you believe, what your company, when you bring in employees, what they see you as, why they're drawn to you, what you value. So defining your core values and incorporating those things, and then why. So I would say if you do anything, if from this particular presentation today, this is the golden nugget. I would say you've got to make sure that you know who your company is, what you represent, who you're trying to attract, and what the whole point of wellness means to your company, and go from there. That's just the biggest thing that we're going to talk about today. Okay, so let me just give you some definitions. Super easy, always grateful to have that. We know that a culture by and large means it can be an organizational culture, workplace, corporate culture, etc. But the second point is that it's a set of shared values, goals, attitudes, assumptions, and behaviors about a company and its employees, right? It's there's perception is one of these underlying themes that's connected to all of this. Some specific elements include the work environment, right? The leadership style, how leaders set the bar, right? We'll talk about that. Values, ethics, mission, expectation, goals, all that stuff, objectives, that's all tied into the company culture. So that's the first element. Okay, so I would like to challenge you guys, if you have something to write on or type, I'd love for you to, or if you want to chat in the chat box, take a minute to describe your company's culture. it doesn't have to be perfect. There's no right or wrong, but I think you can't have a culture unless you can define it. And it's really important to know that, right? And so take a minute and do that. If you want to share and chat it in, I would love that. Okay, here we go. Sustainable. Okay, great. I like that. Yeah, there's a lot that's tied to that particular word. That's really neat. Okay. So there's so many different things. So I would say today, after this, when you're going forward, spend some time trying to define your culture. It'll shape reality. So take a minute, write it down, come back to it later. If anyone else wants to share, I'd love to hear. So kind of think back to this previous slide, and I'll just pull it right back up, where you talk about, maybe think about attitudes, goals, beliefs, values, behaviors. Those things shape the culture, right? So think about that, include that. What's your long-term vision? Where are you going? And then this is one of my favorite characters from The Office. Did you find wellness when describing your company's culture? This might seem like a silly question, but to ask, where's the wellness? A lot of times what was in our heart, in our mind, in our head is not communicated, right? So when we're talking about wellness and having a company culture, if we value wellness, but it's not communicated as part of the culture explicitly in more than one way, then how in the world can it be supported and how in the world can it be sustained? We have another one, agile, adaptable, fluid. Yeah, I like that. That's great. Flexibility is in that too. So I would challenge you again to go back when you're looking at the culture, when you're looking at your company's culture, if there's gaps and wellness is not in there in some shape or form or capacity, then it's time to reassess, right? So we're really talking foundational today. I'm just saying that this is such a huge thing because I have worked with so many corporations and they're pulling elements for other companies that work. For example, we're going to do fitness and nutrition classes and stress management workshops and no employees show up. Well, it's because it's not part of their culture. I did this at an advertising agency and they're all stressed out, but people weren't coming to stress management workshops. Why? Because they didn't have the time. It wasn't accessible to them. So it really has to do with communicating that, and we'll get into it a little bit more. But the foundational element really is finding where wellness fits into your culture and making sure it's explicitly visible for people and people know that. Okay, so diving into what I call the perfect trifecta, and I'll dive in deeper to this, but having a vision connected to the company's culture first and foremost, then connecting those values, and then you'll start to see the culture happen. So I'm going to break it down a little bit deeper. But without vision, right, where are you going to go if you don't have a vision for your company and then wellness, and I'll talk about tying those two together. If they're not bringing in the values, then the culture is not going to happen either. So this is kind of the pathway to establishing a really solid company culture that includes wellness. Okay, so let's break this down a little bit further. Okay, so starting with the loose plan, right? So this is really loose. There's so many great experts out there, especially from these past few days, that have talked about ways to wellness program. This is a basic overview. And since I'm talking more about culture today, this is just a super short pathway. But having a wellness vision is imperative to having a wellness program that is in line with your culture, right? And so you have to know what your vision is. It has to be communicated. There has to be the culture and the values, right? So all those things go in with that vision. There has to be the goals. There has to be objectives. I'm not going to get too deep into this because I've got a good amount of slides. Plan, I would say short and long-term plan. You decide what that looks like, quarterly, yearly, every 5 years. And then you have to decide how often you're going to reassess. So what counts as success too, right? Again, you can look at other wellness models, but just because it works for another company and culture doesn't mean it's the best place or the best thing for you guys. And then where's there room for improvement? So this is the most basic skeleton that I could have ever created, but you can do so much off of this for any capacity or any type of wellness program. All right. So these are kind of the basic, this is like the main pathway to creating a wellness program that actually goes with your unique culture. First, you start with that company culture and the vision. Then I'll dive into this on a few more slides. You're going to then go into health culture and vision. Those will connect. Then having the overlap in that, and you're going to find what I call the sweet spot. And then you'll have to tap into leadership, ownership, and communication, and then employee perception and participation, right? So this is imperative to remember. I might pull this slide back up later because I don't think I added it again, but this is the pathway to really getting a program out there that is created for the culture at your company and that people take ownership of. Okay. All right, so these are the 8 steps. I'm just going to read them real quick. Stick with me so you get them in your head, and then we'll keep going. So how this is broken out is we're going to talk about leadership involvement, assessing our current wellness programs, finding out what the people want. We're going to talk about structure. We're going to talk about picking a wellness program, incentives, communication, and then reassessing. Okay, so first and foremost, let's get into creating a health culture, right? So backing it up to if your company culture explanation where you wrote it down or at least thought through it didn't include wellness, take a minute to brainstorm what it might look like for your culture. So what I mean by this is try to start to envision what it could look like, what you want it to look like. Don't think about the limitations. Limitations kill dreams, right? We really have to, I think if we don't dream, it actually makes us unhealthy. I talk about that actually a lot. And I really believe that dreaming should be a pillar of wellness. So I would say brainstorming is another element of dreaming that is incredibly important. So I would say take a minute to just try to figure out, okay, well, if my culture doesn't include wellness, what should it look like? You know, why is it not being well communicated? Are there gaps? How can we connect the dots? How can we communicate it better? How can people perceive it differently? That's what this is. Okay, so a culture of health is broadly defined as one in which good health and well-being flourish across geographic, demographic, and social sectors, fostering healthy, equitable communities, guides public and private decision making, and everyone has the opportunity to make choices that lead to healthy lifestyles. So essentially what this means, I'm talking about health culture now. Health culture is a little bit different than a company culture, right? And we'll get into that. But health culture is a subset of what it means or a part of your company culture rather. And sometimes I think we get them confused. Sometimes I think that we push health culture to the side, and it's imperative to include it, right? In order for the company to be seen as a place that has a culture of wellness in general, it has to be well defined, right? So when you have a health culture where it's, you know, wellness is at the top, it's at the forefront, it becomes, and I'll talk about this more, it becomes a value. And then you tie that into personal culture. So this is not technically the right term, personal culture, but I did it to kind of put it in your brain this way. What I mean by this is when you add health culture and then you add people's personal beliefs, needs, how they operate, what they view as health, then you connect those two, it's going to create an actual culture of inclusivity, and ownership, which means that people will see it and perceive it as health. They'll be on board and they'll participate. So it might not be your version of what healthy is. And it also might mean that you have to change it up a little bit. But when people take ownership of what they perceive as health, then everything can shift and your workplace wellness can be really successful. But again, it just depends on what people believe to be health to them, and they want an active role. So yes, we'll talk about leadership, and I heard it before, we hear it all the time, you have to have leaders involved. But if people don't have an active role in it too, right? If it's not deep within their heart in some capacity, if there's not a motivating factor that pushes them to pursue that path, it doesn't matter what the perks are, what the incentives are, people won't participate because it's not really that big of a deal to them. Okay, so health culture spheres of impact. So these are kind of the general arenas of what I'm talking about when we're talking about what health culture means. So we've got employee health, which is technically the treatments of workers, the consumer health, which is, healthfulness and safety. We've got community health, which is the health and safety efforts in location of doing business, and then the environmental health, which is impact of operations on the environment. So if this kind of gives you an idea of what health culture means, this is kind of what I'm talking about. We don't need to spend a bunch of time there. Okay, so a great culture in general includes work-life equalization, well-being and security, workers' growth and improvement, worker recognition, and engagement, right? So this is all incredibly true. We know a lot of this, but again, I'm pulling it back up to show that you can have all of this stuff, but if health culture is not established and or well communicated, then it's not going to be integrated and become part of the culture of the company. All right, so health culture examples, right? These are super specific, broken down things that these are very, very specific examples. But I'm talking about things like, you can read through each one of these. I'll do it real quick. Water breaks and breath breaks, right? That could be part of establishing, like the whole point of a health culture is making healthy lifestyle practices normalized. So water breaks and breath breaks, or having water accessible at a bunch of different points. That's a lot more normal than even a break, right? Flex time for gym time and appointments, and health appointments in particular. So what I mean by this is you create a culture when you allow flexibility. So instead of offering fitness classes on site, you allow people to create their schedule a little bit differently and provide obviously incentives for them to work out, but the whole point is they can schedule their gym time into their work day as long as work gets done. But then there can be perks for doing that. It's not just bringing wellness to them, it's allowing them to work out in the way that they would want. It's part of their life, it's part of their culture, but the company respects that, and then they get points for doing it. That's an example of how health culture can actually be established. Another element of this, relaxation and reading spaces, right? You might have the opportunity, people might have the opportunity to take a break, to have flex time at work. But if there were spaces, I know Google does this. I used to consult a little bit and work alongside some people at Google when I lived in New York City. And I would always see, I was so jealous. I would always see their nap pods and a library, but it was, it created space that you would want in your life anyways. Like right over here, I have a chair and my little library. And if I had that in an office space in some capacity, it would be normal to me. It would be part of my lifestyle and my culture. And so that'd be great because I would see that the company valued that, and it creates a health culture. Okay, so bringing food or buying specific foods on site. So again, right, redoing vending machines, having food options available that would promote health in general. That's a pretty common thing we're seeing a lot now. Walking or movement meetings, right? Not just encouraging them, but really fighting for them. And then we know this is a pretty common one, adjustable desk and ergonomics, making ergonomics not just an option, but sort of a norm, having that baseline expectation that everyone kind of gets to have a customized workspace if financially possible, but it just creates a health culture because people walk in there seeing health as a value. Okay, so this is what I was kind of hinting at, but health culture. Health must become a shared value from the top down, but it has to be, again, communicated across the board. And this is what we need to make this happen, is cross collaboration and then integration of health services in the workplace. So accessibility, not just here are some health resources and options, here is your EAP, your employee assistance program, here's some vendors, here's the websites that you can go to get discounts on things. That's great. But even me, someone who's incredibly tech savvy and has built websites and does a lot back end things for people, I don't like to do a lot of things virtually. I'll just put it out there. If it's accessible to me in person and it goes with just my health preferences in general, and I can see that the value is there, that the company is valuing health in some capacity, I'd love that. I want to participate in that. And I want to be able to grab and touch and see things and be interactive. I know it's different with COVID and the pandemic, but what I'm saying is that, again, the more we can normalize health practices and health options, it makes it just part of the culture, and that creates this health culture I'm talking about. And one quick thing with this too is it takes the pressure off of creating like a wellness program that has weight loss challenges or challenges in general that people aren't necessarily going to participate in. By creating a health culture, you can totally provide unique ways of getting people not just to participate, but to get points and things like that, or incentives, right? It has to work for your company. Okay, so still on this a little bit, making health a value. When health becomes a value, not just a byproduct or a component of your culture, it becomes part of your culture. So it's integrated. And again, the health culture plus the company values equals company culture. So said this enough. I don't need to beat the dead horse. Okay, so wellness programming for your unique culture. Let's dive into those steps I was mentioning earlier. Let me see, I can't see my slide with this little bar. Hold on, let me pull this down. Okay, so step one is leadership involvement. We know this, we've talked about this a lot, but it's still incredibly valuable, and there's always a different way to look at it. So I'm going to share my insight on it. WellSteps reports that in 2012, they surveyed about 455 companies. And it says that companies with very supportive leadership were 4.5 or 4.2 more times more likely to report substantial improvement in health and employee health risk. On the flip side too, it was the opposite. It was actually the companies with very limited support. They were reporting about 4 times more than these other companies that nothing was happening, that there was no improvement. So we see across the board, again, if it's not established that we value this, it needs to be lifestyle, and lifestyle gets to look this way at this company, right? It's not what everyone else is saying or doing. This will cause a great shift like this. They were also 2.5 times more likely to report substantial reduction in medical costs. So these are just great stats to remember. We just see the value in getting leaders on board. I personally don't think wellness will really go far. I've seen it time and time again if there is no leadership involvement. I've seen it too many times. Even with a fantastic representative, it doesn't really last long term. So this is imperative. Okay, so leaders set the bar. I'm going to challenge and call out leaders because that's who we're talking to, and I believe in you. When leadership not only supports wellness, but makes it integral to their lifestyle and the company's culture, these are some of the things that can happen. Okay, so leaders can lead by example, right? So if people look at their lifestyle, and it will absolutely reflect their choices consciously or subconsciously. Leaders also can see and will see value of investment and support the funding for it, or figure out how that they can get the funding if it's not through insurance premiums, things like that. If there's not a budget for it, there's often grants. Leaders will delegate. Oops, that should not have an and. I apologize for that. It should say leaders will delegate well and leaders communicate well. So those are the two of the really important steps, right? They know, okay, if I don't want to do this, I need to give it to somebody else, at least the tasks, but I can still believe in it and value it, but I just don't have the capacity to be the person who oversees it. That's fine. again, the next step is, and one of the other things that really great leaders do is they communicate this stuff really well, the expectations around it, you know? And then the final thing is leaders assess themselves and are open to feedback. So really, if you're going to have a grassroots wellness program or one that needs to be reevaluated and reassessed and build it all over, true leaders, great leaders really do this stuff. When they become more humble, right, then they become exalted. It's really an honest truth when it comes to even wellness. What I mean by leaders assessing themselves is taking specific leadership tests. It's knowing their pitfalls. It's knowing where they shine. It's knowing how they communicate. It's knowing what the priorities are. It's taking those things very seriously. Putting boundaries up and communicating those boundaries is definitely an element of wellness too. And that could be a value that is passed on to the company too, right? Again, that goes back to point number one, leaders lead by example. And then the second part of the fifth point is they're open to feedback. So if there's an open door policy, in some way, maybe not with all employees, but with some or certain tiers of leadership, certain tiers of management, if it's established that leaders can be communicated with and, you know, given feedback about not just wellness, but about them and about the company, then that gives so much trust and the company can shift and the wellness program can flourish. So this is so imperative. Being a leader doesn't mean you get to make all these command decisions. It means that you have a responsibility and people are looking at you. And it can be hard to not want to be self-reliant and self-promote and just push past people. I've been there. That's why I'm saying it. And so slowing down and really valuing these things can totally create that incredible health culture. Okay, so the second step is to assess your current wellness program, right? So you have to do the practical work and all of this. I'm not just talking about the dreaming and the vision planning, but it's just important to really get in the weeds. What does your program look like now? You know, what model does it follow? Does it actually connect back to the vision that you're projecting, that you've maybe got written somewhere? If there's a disconnect, people know that, people sense that. You know, is it going to be based upon qualitative things or quantitative? Is it participation and activity based? Is it just enjoyment and educational? You know, we consume it, or is the option of having results and metrics and data? It's important to define that and to stay in your lane and to know that, again, results and metrics might work for one company, but that doesn't mean it's the best route, or even if it is the best, you know, it's like, okay, quantitative is incredibly informative and helpful, but that just might not work for your company, and it's really okay. So this is really the next step that I would say to do before you create your next wellness program, or you're recreating or you're reassessing. Okay, so step number 3 is finding out what they want. So what I mean by that is not just your leaders, not just you guys, it's what your employees want. Yes, we talked about this. Joyce was just mentioning, I was hearing her talk about surveying employees and how people don't want to participate in a lot of those. It's actually super true. They get inundated with a lot of information. And so, you can totally be creative with how you do this. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on that, but you have to figure out some way to know what people want. And that could be just by offering different things and seeing what they show up to, but that can be like shooting in the dark. So I would suggest not doing that. You have to have something and stick to that. You know, so I won't dive too much into that, but I'll talk about, you have to discover what they want by, you know, understanding their perception of the culture, of what health means to them, of what wellness means to them, what they want, what they need. You need to figure out how they prefer to communicate, or at least watch how that happens in your company. Is it people do a lot of face-to-face, people do a lot of IM? There's a lot of things to take into account, because wellness is a big deal and it affects everybody differently, and you can't serve every single person, but it's good to at least see the trends and the averages so you can go from there. Preferences, availability, goals and needs, that's important. There's a lot more to it, but just really understanding that. I think the biggest thing is getting their perception on what health and wellness is and going from there. That'll tell you a lot. The second part of this is getting aggregate health data. So health risk assessments, biometrics, these are all really great tools to help give you feedback that your employees typically have to complete, and they're not going to tell you either way, but it's required. So it's good to use. And then deciding on the type of wellness program. So going back to the qualitative and quantitative offerings. And of course, you're going to have to consider budget and some other factors, but it's really important to know, okay, what is wellness being perceived as? How do these people want wellness? What's some data? What are some numbers that we can look at to kind of see what the needs are of our corporation, of our employees? And then how do we want to structure this based upon what they're telling us and what they would like, as well as, what we believe would be best based on the overall information that we've been given. Okay, so use that feedback. This is part of that step. Is it want or need based, right? So what I mean by this is the program that you're creating simply based on wants, or is it simply based on needs? I would argue that at least starting out with the wants will really get you a lot further than just the needs, because people don't know what they need half the time. People do know and they ignore it, or they don't want to admit it, or they don't really know. It's just honestly true. I've talked to so many people when I've coached. I've had over 5,000, approaching 10,000 coaching sessions, and people tell me what their goals are and what they want to do. And then I start hearing what's really going on, and they don't know how to get there. So they're telling me what they want, but they don't know how to get there. And so that's really important to remember when you're creating a wellness program. Give them what they want, they'll show up. So education too on wellness this is another important element, is no longer enough to incentivize people to change, right? You can tell people why they need to make these health changes, but people want things, and that's really okay. That's how we're wired. It doesn't mean that we just give people whatever they want and we support bad habits. That's not what I'm saying. However, what I am saying is that letting people redefine wellness on their own terms within limits, and then making it fun, and then you can provide education in there as long as you're giving them your fulfilling promises. Perception's reality, right? So what people think is wellness to them might look a little bit different than what you think, especially if you have a lifestyle and a rhythm of wellness. One thing I always like to say is when we talk about healthy and unhealthy food, I try never to say this is a health food, because that means you're bringing judgment on yourself. I always try to say, let other people judge, let other people define what that means. If I'm bringing a dessert to a party and I didn't use regular sugar, I'm not going to say it's a healthy dessert. I'll just let people judge. They might think it's great. They might hate it. So it's the same thing with wellness. Okay, so the next step is insisting on variety. This can kind of get really messy, and I don't want to dive too deep into this either. However, offering multiple wellness options, not a ton to where it creates overwhelm, maybe having 2 to 3 different options. You don't want to create that indecision, just like when you go sometimes to the grocery store and there are tons of options. You can stand there and you're not really sure what to get. This is the same thing with wellness. You try to offer a couple different options and see what sticks within the culture, what people adopt. Just so I gave 2 examples here, right? You could have a monthly educational seminar or a challenge that's results focused. You could offer both, see what sticks, get feedback. We know a lot of this stuff, so I'm going to move on. Okay, so picking a wellness program focus. This is incredibly important when it comes to the culture. Do you want something that is educational? Do you want it to just be where they consume things and that's literally it, and that's what counts? Do you want it to be socially focused where it's based on the group or individual? Do you want team participation, buddy participation? Or do you want it based upon just the one person themselves participating? Do you want it to be preventative in nature where you bring in vendors to help encourage that? those behaviors and things like that? And do you want it to be habit focused, where this is the one that I see a lot, where we start with this and it doesn't always work out because we think this is the route that we all have to go, where it's completely company managed. So there's like everyone internally is trying to gather all the data and promote everything. And there's nothing wrong with hiring out and bringing people in and having consultants and things like that. But there's so many different ways to structure it. Again, figure out what works for your culture and then go from there. Okay, so step 5 this is actually step 5B. It's picking a wellness program focus, which are the pillars of wellness. So this will tie back to what your overall company culture, vision, and values are. So if you really value things such as mental health, right, mindset, mindfulness, all of that, then having the emotional pillar is imperative, right? Financial, it's totally another element. We know this, but sometimes it's not brought in unless you're in a company that focuses on finance. Physical is obviously very common. That is what most people think of as wellness. We're starting to step outside that box a little bit. Spiritual, this is where I would tag the dreaming, if that is important to you. And I would say this is a really big one because vision is kind of under that for a lot of people. You might not agree on things spiritually, but we are spiritual beings. So how we get to define that is different for each of us, but that's a different pillar of wellness. Environmental, social, and intellectual. So those are just 3 more that you can decide upon, right? Is this important? Is this part of my culture? Am I seeing this as part of my culture? Are my employees telling me that they want this? Do they value this stuff? Or is it just what I think we should be doing? And so I'm going to include it. That's really important to remember. Okay, so picking incentives is step 6. So what works or what counts as wellness for your company? This is what I've been saying all along. It's really important to first and foremost know what that is. And then in that same vein, giving yourself permission to be flexible with the incentives. So a lot of times, it's easy to get tripped up with this, but it doesn't have to be that difficult. You can chat me on this if you want to, but I'm going to read through these options. And what I'm trying to do is get your brain to shift to inclusive incentive options so that it appeals to more people. So for example, gym time or actual daily movement, which one of these is more inclusive? Obviously, we're going to go with actual daily movement because some people don't ever go to the gym, right? Eating healthy or food tracking. Okay, you got to define what eating healthy means first. But sometimes people don't want to increase their vegetable intake. Sometimes people just want to create awareness and get money or points or a gift card or something in return. And they just want to say, I tracked my food. I mean, really, it makes it super simple for people to be involved in wellness. Losing weight or tracking steps. And then the final one is working out or personalized, selective self-care, right? Where they can kind of decide what self-care looks like, maybe within the guidelines of what self-care is defined as for a particular, challenge or something like that, or health coach approved. But just see how it allows things to shift when you start to take into account what people perceive as health and allow the culture to be shaped and formed by employees within limits. It's really, really helpful. Okay, so this is still part of step 6, incentives types. So essentially with this, right, we know these, but it's good to kind of to get the reminder. So we've got participation-based incentives. I just love these across the board. I really think that it's not so limiting when we have this. I've had so many people that have wanted to do wellness activities when I've worked at corporations, when I've created programs for an entire year, and certain companies just were on board with challenges and certain people didn't want to lose weight. It really participation allows people to just be active in some capacity in the wellness program, and then they get incentives back, right? Progress-based incentives is just saying, hey, you're tracking, you're doing it, you're meeting certain goals or getting certain aspects of this done. It's kind of just keeping in check. And then the outcome-based ones are meeting a particular preset goal outcome. These are for our competitive people. So just remember, when it comes to incentives, that one person values, another despises. So for example, I would absolutely love to get all my race entries paid for a year. I would flip out if that was like the grand prize. However, some people I know that are super into health and wellness hate running. So you see what I mean? When you can shape incentives a little bit differently, it allows for a lot more inclusion. So things like, pick your own gift card, or, you have these certain stores you can go to and here's your cap of money, or giving, if it's a physical item, then giving people 3 options versus just one. There's just so many ways to do this. You guys know this, but it's fun to have the reminder. But just consider being flexible, consider what people's motivations are, and then consider the cost when you're structuring incentives. Okay, so some examples of these incentives might be cost versus no cost, right? I kind of like to talk about these because what I mean is you've got paid time off. People love that. At the advertising agency that I consulted at, they really wanted time off. That was their main reason for doing anything wellness related, because they never had time. And then I already said gift card specific prizes. You want to make sure that you provide different options within those price ranges. I don't want to keep talking about this. And then also health coach or wellness committee approved. So those are some other ways that you could help people kind of select what they like. Gives them a little bit of freedom, but not too much. Okay, step number 7 in creating this type of wellness program that is for your unique culture is establishing communication. So answering the big 5 in this, it's really important to know the who, the what, the where, the when, and the how. I would say have a meeting with leadership, whoever is in charge, right? Or if you don't know who's in charge, or if this constantly shifts, you could even add the 6, which is why. But who is going to oversee this? Who's going to define this? Who's going to execute? What is it going to look like? Based on everything that we decided, what type of model, what are the offerings going to be? Where will these things take place? Will it be on-site? Will you bring people from off-site? Will it be all off-site? Will it be virtual? When, right? How often will you meet? In what capacity, and how, right? There has to be communication for how the wellness program is going to be put out there and communicated. The second component of really creating this health culture is tying wellness into every aspect of work. Again, if it's not a value, and if it's not a value, that's just known, right? It's not, we're this company, we have this culture, and wellness is over here. If it's not obvious that wellness is a part of who we are, then again, people will skip over it. And again, it doesn't have to be just diet, nutrition, sleep, stress, and physical movement. There's so much more that we talked about on those wellness pillars. So by tying it into every aspect of work in some capacity, people will just start to adopt it naturally, especially if it's coming from the top down. And then overshare. I have done a lot of marketing as well. And so it's better to overshare wellness and announcements and things like that in all forms, so that people know what's going on, when, and how. I think that that's one of the biggest things, is whenever you're trying to increase participation or get the word out, you share it maybe with flyers and virtually once or twice, and then give up. Well, if it's not required, it's got to be shared a lot more, so that it becomes normal and people start to adopt it as, okay, this is happening consistently. And also, I should have said the 4th number on this, but I'll just add it, is consistency. Well, if you change too much, that's not going to create a culture around it, and people really will get confused. That's why when I consult companies, I really go with a year-long plan and just adjust in micro ways, not the entire program every quarter, because it confuses people and they don't know what to expect. Okay, so the sweet spot, it's really important to cover your base questions. Look at these 5 points, but then I'll talk through some questions. So 1, is your culture well defined? Is your company's culture well defined? Do you have an understanding of health culture? Do those come together? If not, how can you find overlap or create that overlap? And if you don't have it there and you need some help, who can help you? How and where does that fit, right? Again, it doesn't have to be in every area, but it totally can be. It's also important, like I just said, to communicate. How is it communicated to and perceived by employees? What's their definition of health? What's their definition of wellness? Where do they get that definition? Why? What do they want and what do they need? Again, it's going to take a little bit more digging to figure out what they need versus what they want. They'll very quickly tell you what they want. Leadership on board. So what types of leaders are you or do you have that you work with? What are their responsibilities when it comes to wellness and interests when it comes to wellness? Is it a part of their lifestyle or isn't it? Why? Is there a better way to approach it? Is there, if leadership really struggles to get on board or just does not want to, it really just could be the way that people who really are advocating for it, the way that they're communicating it. And sometimes, again, it does take an outside perspective to redefine wellness from the top down. That's totally okay. Who's going to run the program, right? Getting a clear point person or team. It doesn't always have to be the leadership, and it doesn't always have to be HR. And then how will you communicate that program, right? So this is what I call the sweet spot. Like when you have all this stuff defined, you're pretty much ready to structure and implement and plan. And then the final thing is what I mentioned on those, that when we're talking about the overall basic skeleton structure, is reassess with necessary data. So this is where hard data comes into play, and it's incredibly important. You need to figure out and track participation in some capacity. Why are people coming? Why aren't people coming? What is the cause of that? There's so many different factors, but you don't know how to serve people if you can't figure out why they are or aren't there. Metrics like health data, the biometrics and et cetera, things like that. It's really needed to at least steer the program in the right direction. It doesn't have to be perfect. It might take longer to get to that place, but at least this is where we need to go as a whole, and that this data is going to show me. And then always tying it back into your overall company vision so that everything else aligns underneath it. And then you have to decide, are you going to assess this stuff quarterly, yearly? I wouldn't suggest much past that, but it could be bi-yearly. It just depends. You can assess different things on a monthly basis. It just depends on how aggressive and involved the company is in the health culture. If there's some people managing it every day and that's their whole job, if they're paid to do this, then I would say you're going to assess quite often and consistently, shift. So, okay, so that is it. That's the last step. There's an additional slide in there that doesn't need to be added, but this is essentially me. So that is it, you guys. I do, like Joyce said, I work with my sister. We've done corporate wellness consulting for a while. I have another company I've co-founded called Corporate Wellness Workshops, and I'm working on a book called Addicted to Health. And so I had a really fun time sharing with you guys. I'd love to get some feedback and questions.
Wow. Thank you so much. This has been a lot of information. Thank you for sharing with us. So Victoria, what is one question you commonly get, seeing that you've been through many different organizations and you have shared a lot and you have been teaching in various organizations, there are some patterns that come up and some things you've seen and you've shared some of those. But what do you get commonly asked?
Yeah, that's a really good question, Joyce. I think I really think the biggest thing and the biggest pitfall is, how do I get people to participate? It's not
Mhm.
just leadership. I get across the board is, how do I know people are going to want to be a part of this? Like, how do I know people are going to care?
Mhm.
Um, that's the biggest question that I get all the time. And it doesn't matter, or how do I get more people involved? I get that all the time.
Yes, because one of the things that has been common with workplace wellness programs is um, the lack of participation, and that's why there is some thoughts and there are some different perspectives in this industry to move away from programs to creating more culture, and we work on systems because we believe that's more. So how do you answer that question?
Yeah, I go back to the most uncomfortable element of that. It's you have to redefine what wellness is, one, for your company. You have to. Like, for example, if people go stand outside for 10 minutes, let that count. I get really specific, and we really talk through, you first have to redefine what wellness looks like at your company. And the second thing is letting people tell you what that is, right? And then the third component of that was what I was trying to say, is redefine participation. So um I think sometimes we have the best intentions when it comes to wellness programming and development and offerings, but participation can be incredibly exclusive. And so people don't want to participate, and they feel like they have to do way too much that they don't have time for it to even count. And so that's why I try to say, make it as easy as possible. If you could say, I even got to work on time every single day and I left without overworking, that could count. I mean, you can totally redefine it. And if people are clocking in and clocking out, then that could count as, oh, they did that, participation. I mean, there's so many ways, but that's essentially what I come up against the most.
So it comes to a point where participation have a different meaning. It's almost like it's not real participation in a wellness program that's for their health and well-being. I heard that theme in there in a number of time. And how do what's the challenge with that?
What's the challenge with what part?
With the whole new idea of participation um, in a wellness in wellness, like wellness activities, or even because we're focusing on wellness mindset. So how does that play into the mindset of wellness that we're talking about in this session?
Yeah. So I guess what I would say with that is, what's really hard, especially when let's say, speaking specifically to people who are in, involved in figuring out what participation looks like, right? It takes the mental flexibility and acceptance and understanding that our world is radically shifting,
Yeah.
and that yeah, I think what you just said, you just kind of answered it. It's that participation has to be redefined. So it doesn't necessarily look like tracking numbers from a challenge on a scale or things like that, right? There does need to be an element of tracking in some capacity, but it doesn't have to be you know in the same way that we've done it. Traditional is fine, it works, but I know we're talking about mindset so much. And how can you track a lot of things that are going on inside your head? That's what the question that I would come back with.
Yeah.
It's like, there's,
This
yeah.
is this is so interesting, and I want to engage your mind here in this, because when we talk about tracking, one of the things we hear from employees is like, all that tracking is just so my employer can look good or they can have stats. It doesn't benefit me. So how do you message it to the employees that tracking, how do you tell them that tracking is for their benefit?
Yeah, that is a really good question. That's incredibly important. You're right. I've come up against that a lot. For example, I've worked with a lot of people who don't even have a computer that work for electrical companies, and they're like, I don't want to share anything because my employers are going to use that information against me. And I was hit in the face with that, thinking, how in the, like, I had to really think quick on my feet. And I really, what I've always done is I've sat down with employees individually and in group meetings, and I've brought leadership in, and we'll break the barrier. I'll do it. I'll sit there and say, why does it make you uncomfortable to share information? And with it, because there's obviously the HIPAA compliance, and it's really important. However, people, if they don't see value in what they're doing, they don't want to share, right? And so I always try to tell leaders and employers, you guys have to understand that it's a value thing for them. Like, if they're not going to value it, they're not going to give you stuff. And so it's really important to communicate value to people, but you don't know what that is unless you ask them and give them the chance to own it.
So true. There are the responses you get from different workplaces and different cultures are just so different, because employees are worried about this in this organization, and in another organization it's a different thing, and different industries very different as well. So very interesting how the challenges come up, whether you're trying to create a workplace wellness, an initiative versus a program. I think what we see most of the times is that people tend to see programs as belonging to other groups and not necessarily to them. So they look at the programs that are relevant to them. And if they don't find anything that's relevant to them, so you'll find a subsection of people that nothing, it's one organization, they're like, oh, we have over 125 different initiatives. And I'm like, what was your participation? And again, it's the same thing. So even if you have 125,
Right.
you'll find people are not going to participate or take. And so it was very interesting how much emphasis you put on incentives. Now, there are incentives are great for big organization, but some of the smaller organizations are like, we can get into that.
Yeah, yeah, it can be that way for sure. Absolutely.
How do you respond to those ones?
Yeah, so again, I think that when I've worked with companies that are smaller, right, let's say like 50 and below employees and things like that, incentives can be incredibly expensive. And so what I try to do with them is to really ask employees, again, like I go back to the basics with them, and I challenge them to ask the employees not just what they believe wellness to be and what they perceive about it, but I actually make them all create it together in some capacity. Like, it doesn't have to be everyone, right? You can't force people to get involved. However, I open up that dialogue, and as long as employees are creating something, and then I can come in and filter it and create, the correct, keep it HIPAA compliant and all that stuff around it. That kind of takes the place of incentives sometimes, because people get excited about something that they create.
They feel ownership towards it. And I think that's a big part of it, right? Is creating that ownership. And once they have that ownership, then it's more likely for them to, like, it's theirs, it's their thing, it's ours, it reflects us. So yeah.
Right. Yeah. Like, for example, one thing I'll touch on with that is what I was trying to say with incentives. It could be something along the lines of having a total flex schedule. It could just be, you don't get a flex schedule if you participate. We're so adamant about health and wellness that your schedule can be flexible as long as you participate, or as long as you get your work done. But you guys have to figure out how to structure that, and we at the company will check off that, hey, it's okay. It's coming up with the concepts and the ways to do that, and that's wellness too.
Mm-hmm. Oh, absolutely. Great. Wow. Any questions or comments for Victoria? Let's see what we have. All right. So it sounds like you've answered all the questions we've had on the chat. At this time, we're going to have a short break and then we'll come back with our next presentation. So we're just going to have the slideshow and we'll be back with our next speaker. Thank you so much, Victoria. That was so informative.
Thank you.
You're welcome. right, everyone. Welcome back. Okay, so welcome back. We're going to get ready for our next presentation. Hope you had a good break, had some water to drink, and is ready to go. So our next presenter is Gigi Carter. Gigi Carter provides instructional consulting services to help diverse clients improve the health of their employees, the students, and members, while helping to save the planet by transitioning to a plant-centered diet. In addition, this published author and recognized industry expert is available to address college organizations and corporations about the interconnection between physical, mental, social, and spiritual well-being, and how what we eat affects how we perform, which impacts the bottom line. Absolutely, it does impact the bottom line. And it's my pleasure to bring and introduce you to Gigi. Gigi, welcome. We can hear you.
Hi, Joyce. Can you hear me?
Okay, yes, we can now. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Should I go ahead and get started?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. All right. I apologize. I thought I was coming on at 4 o'clock. So I will go ahead. Let me see how I can share my screen. All right. Go into presentation mode. All right. Can you see my screen okay? I will take that as a yes. I hope everyone can see it. All right, so my name is Gigi Carter. I am founder and owner of My True Self, a socially conscious nutrition and wellness practice. I'm also co-founder of the Daniel Fast, A Bridge to Healthy Living. And I am, thanks for the thumbs up, Joyce. I'm also co-creator of something called the Physiology of Inclusion. It's really, and I'll get into more of the details of this, but I co-created this with my husband, Kevin Carter, who is a principal strategist for the Winters Group. And so the work that he does and that I help with on his end is really to support diversity, equity, and inclusion leaders in companies, really to help them handle the things that come their way. So really around fostering that resiliency, that curiosity, and empathy to lead inclusively. And so you'll see in this presentation kind of a slant towards diversity, equity, and inclusion professionals, but keep in mind all of this applies to anybody who is in a position, so whether it's a manager, a leader, or individual contributor who faces a lot of obstacles and barriers. So that's just kind of just to kind of set the stage for you. So what I'd like to do is, let's see. All right, so if we can participate in this, that would be awesome. Maybe through, I don't know, a thumbs up or something, or just let me know kind of, are you feeling stressed right now? Just as I'm sitting here talking to you, do you feel a level of stress? And if you do, just let me know. Is it a high level? Okay, yeah, we've got some chat. Thank you. Okay, so we got a 3. Anyone else want to just put a number in the chat box in terms of how stressed you're feeling right now? Okay, we got some more 3, another 3, 2. Anyone else? Just use the chat box just to let me know. 2. Okay. Joyce, I thought you'd be a little more stressed than that right now, but that's good. That's good. Okay, so not too much stress, but just a little bit, it looks like. Oh, you had a great stress release session. Awesome. That's fantastic. Okay, so I just want to share a little bit of feedback that we've gotten from people that we've done work with. People describe things as, in terms of how they're feeling in their jobs in general. They're feeling, emotionally easily triggered, finding it difficult to cope or manage with emotions. And a lot of times it has to do with having some sort of a goal or hope that feels so far away from where they're at. Physically, so this is where the physiology of inclusion comes into play. Physically, I'm overworked, and I feel the stress in my shoulders and my back, and muscle pain. And mentally, I realize more and more that the mountain of barriers that stand before me feels taller and bigger than it did before. Another comment that we received: the work is hard, yet always rewarding. I do feel a physical toll some days and just feeling tired. It's never enough, is it? No matter what I do, it's never enough. I don't have enough capacity, financial, emotional, mental, to make a positive impact on everything that warrants it. I try to focus on the positive changes I've had a hand in, but I've always, there's something else that's just around the corner, every corner. I feel as if I carry the weight of my race. So in this case, as we're talking about, a Black DEI leader, feeling the weight of my race on my shoulders. And whatever I do, I'm seen as a Black woman, and others like me will be judged by what I do or don't do. And this can be emotionally draining at times. At times, the work is exhilarating and rewarding, and that fuels me to keep going. Other times, it's exhausting and overwhelming. And I'm a stress eater, so I gained weight over the years in working in the field, and I've had to manage that through exercise and diet. Is there anyone else on the call that engages in emotional eating? Is that something that you can relate to? Yeah, just comment in the chat box. Yes. So emotional eating. Okay. Yeah, it's really one of those things where we gravitate towards something that we feel that will comfort us, especially in times of stress. So when I talk about the physiology of inclusion, what I mean by that is it really is a whole body, it's really a two-part approach, looking at the whole body. So first, it's a whole body system because it focuses on how to improve your physical, mental, and emotional health so that you can lead inclusively. And then second, it is two-part because it focuses on what you can do to raise your resiliency and how your organization can be involved in helping to raise resiliency. So when we talk about this word resilience, and you may have already had another speaker share their definition of resilience, but the way we define it is that it's a process of adapting well in the face of adversity. Adversity, trauma, threats, or significant sources of stress. We are living in a time of significant polarization, especially here in the United States. We also, feel a lot of, political divisions within the United States in particular. So really, the physiology of inclusion helps you to survive by addressing some of the questions about your well-being. And so I like to describe the physiology of inclusion as almost like, special forces or Navy SEAL training for the leader or manager in the organization. So the why really comes down to resiliency, curiosity, and empathy. And so when when we talk about resiliency, it's our ability to recover quickly from the difficulties. So you may have, led teams or led efforts or projects or initiatives within your organization where you may have felt like, either isolated, especially if you're leading change of some sort, or feeling like you've got this weight of, trying to like work, like run through the sand or run through the mud where these obstacles keep coming up. And so it's really, designed to help you to bounce back during these times. The second component in terms of curiosity is really a strong desire to learn something, to know something. And so really this is essential because your mind needs to be open and observant to new ideas and possibilities. And then empathy is really our ability to understand and share our feelings, share the feelings of another. So sometimes, when we're in roles of change or we're leading efforts or managing teams, things come up and you oftentimes feel like you're taking the weight of the problem of the person that you're interacting with or trying to help. And so you really need to think about this as self-care to avoid burnout, depression, and despair. So that's a really important concept. All right, so the foundational elements are kind of summarized here. There's 3 of them. There's the sleeping component, the eating, and then the exercise component. So these things are often intertwined, meaning when you are engaged in regular exercise, it's shown to improve your sleep. Also eating a diet that is, considered to be more nutrient dense, more healthy, that tends to promote physical activity because you have the energy to engage in exercise. So really dialing in your sleeping, your eating, and your exercising can help you to think more clearly, can help you to be more creative, to improve your mood, to help you gain confidence and restore your health and overall well-being. So here I want to begin talking more about these specific components. So when you encounter workplace stress, how is your sleep affected? So if you could just in the chat box, just, describe like what happens when you encounter workplace stress. How is your sleep impacted? Oops. All right, looks like we got. Okay, hard to fall asleep. Yeah, your sleep is negatively impacted. Do you tend to wake up in the middle of the night? Or is it more just, yeah, oh, you think about it. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, and that could definitely keep you sometimes, it's, I know, yeah, you can't get to sleep. I know a few times I've had situations when I've been encountering um, high levels of stress where I will wake up in the middle of the night thinking about a conversation, a intense conversation I had the day before, and then something will come into my mind about what was said, and it'll just kind of get me up and keep me up. Like I won't be able to go back. I wouldn't be able to go back to sleep. So yeah, definitely. And then also when you when in terms of, we talked a little bit about emotional eating. So does anyone engage in mindless eating of junk food when you're under stress? Do you tend to just like eat and not really notice you're eating or not really think about what you're eating? Does anyone engage in any of that stress related junk food, mindless junk food eating? Or do you, maybe you avoid eating altogether? There's some people that will just not eat at all, right? So we've got a few emotional junk food eaters or stress eaters. Okay, so what about if you are, you've had a hard day at work, um, Joyce, you're eating healthy food, but too much of it, okay? In terms of being under stress and being tired at the end of the day, right? Do you find ways to like avoid exercise because you're too tired? Or do you ever feel too tired to exercise where you just don't even feel like working out? Yes and yes. Okay. Yeah. So I exercise in the morning. Yeah, or you couldn't do it later in the day. So you know that, and um, so you'll try to get it out of the way early in the day. And Victoria, you said I'll prioritize even if I feel too tired, but then don't have a good workout. Yeah, yeah, I've been there for sure. Yeah, where I just kind of force myself into it, but it doesn't. It's not a fruitful workout as maybe others have been. Yes. So, so these are all just super intertwined. Okay. And so I want to dive into these a little more here. So you've got your sleeping. So when you encounter stress, your sleep is affected. It can wreak havoc on your body and your mind. You know this because you feel it, right? Physically, you feel it, but you also know it because it kind of fosters maybe some bad habits sometimes, or it could also lead to your inability to really focus and think clearly if you're not getting enough sleep. And then as far as eating goes, and stress eating, emotional eating, you know, this can, you know, turn into a downward spiral, right? It could lead to overeating of junk foods and the wrong foods. Sometimes it could even lead to drinking and excessive drinking. Um, and so these things can often lead to other conditions like chronic diseases and depression, but could also lessen your ability to be creative and to be empathetic towards coworkers. And then exercise, you know, this is one where you you know, the physical activity is not, you know, only associated with improving your cardiovascular health, which also impacts your memory and your mental clarity. But exercising, you know, is also a way to help you build confidence. And we'll know that when you have confidence in the workplace, that you're able to maybe take some risks that you wouldn't have taken otherwise, or put yourself out there. You know, to take on a project or assignment that you maybe wouldn't otherwise. So it does kind of help to foster that as well. So these are all important things. Now, I know this is nothing new, but I'm going to get to some questions around, you know, that knowing doing gap. So we know what to do, we know the right things to do, but why don't we do it, right? All right, let's see here. Okay, so I want to offer some tips on each of these, and then we'll get into the knowing doing. So, as far as sleeping goes, now a lot of people don't actually know this, that caffeine, especially as we age, okay, that the half-life of caffeine is anywhere between 5 and 7 or more hours. The half-life is between 5 to 7 hours. So what that means is that it can take upwards of 10 to 12 hours or more for caffeine to be metabolized in your body. So if you're having trouble falling asleep, you may want to make sure that you're not drinking caffeine after, say, 10 a.m. So I know a lot of times I can remember I used to be one of those that would go grab a Starbucks after lunch. Um, and that was great. That was all fine and dandy when I was in my late 20s, early 30s. But as soon as I started, you know, getting into my late 40s and menopause, it's kind of like things change in your body, right? And so I noticed that, you know, caffeine in particular drinking caffeine after a certain time, I feel it later on in the day in my body. So it degrades with the liver enzymes. So as we get older, the speed of caffeine clearance often declines. So this is why if you are having trouble falling asleep, just check this off your boxes. I'm not drinking caffeine after 10 and see if that helps. Another has to do with electronics and blue light. So turning off your electronics at least 2 hours before bed because of the blue light that gets emitted. What it does is it suppresses the secretion of the hormone melatonin. So melatonin, some people think it helps you to sleep. It technically is a hormone that kind of tells you when it's time to fall asleep. And so when you're exposed to that blue light, it suppresses that hormone. So turning those electronics off, and I know e-readers have become really popular, and some of them have the blue light, some of them don't. Just grab a good old fashioned, paper book. I would recommend if you want to read before bed. And then the third one, alcohol. So alcohol is an interesting one because it can act as a sedative, so it might help you to fall asleep. But what happens is it significantly disrupts the quality of your sleep. So you want to be really careful with alcohol because what happens is as alcohol is oxidized to acetaldehyde and then into acetic acid, your rapid eye movement is suppressed. So the quality of your sleep. So some people, when they drink alcohol, will either wake up in the middle of the night and not be able to fall back to sleep. And other people will suffer from a poor quality of sleep. So they're not really getting that REM cycle in, which is that quality sleep because of the way it metabolizes in the body. So to improve sleep quality, avoidance of alcohol is recommended. And then finally, I would just say, try to create a sleep routine that involves really trying to clear your mind before bed. And sometimes this has to do with getting organized, for the next day, and just having everything written down so that you're not thinking about it. And some people will say, hey, keep a notepad by your bed, and that's fine, if it helps you to go back to sleep. But what might even be even more effective is to try to just create some space and some time for yourself to get yourself organized for the next day so that you've got it captured and you're not worrying about it in the night. And then really figure out what's that thing that you're going to do or series of things that you're going to do. Are you going to meditate before bed, take a hot bath before bed, just kind of in the meditation, focusing on the breath in the present moment, just to kind of calm your mind. Because I know one person mentioned their mind is going. So these are all, tips that I think a lot of us know, or maybe some of this might be a little new, or maybe the why behind it might be new. But what's helpful is that hopefully it'll just kind of bring it top of mind again for you. And then the question really is, what are some things that your organization, or, if you're in a HR leadership role, what you can do to help employees with this? And, is it, for example, with smartphones and text messaging, are we texting employees and managers too much in off hours? I know we have this 24/7 kind of cycle, but maybe we could figure out how to create some boundaries around that so that we're not creating expectations for people to work, looking at their smartphones late into the evening, or creating tasks late at night. And so it pops into their head while they're sleeping, like, oh, I didn't write this down, or I didn't get it done. So what are some things that you as a company and as an organization can do to support your employees, managers, and leaders? Okay, let's talk about some eating tips. So really with eating, you know, a lot of this does have to do with being intentional about it. I asked the question about mindless eating and that sort of thing. I think mindless eating has become the norm. I think a lot of us have kind of gone on autopilot a little bit with food and maybe even get into a rut. And so what I propose here is really to create a plan and a system for healthy eating. And this first one here in terms of, you know, planning your meals and changing your food environment. So I do a lot of work with clients who do suffer from, you know, emotional eating, possible food addictions in terms of trigger foods. But largely the folks that I work with, you know, are looking to lose weight and reverse, you know, their chronic disease, whether it's high blood pressure or type 2 diabetes or high cholesterol. So those things that are those chronic diseases that are lifestyle, often diet related. And the big thing here is really to look at what you have in your food environment. So whether it's the food environment in your home or the food environment in your workplace. I wrote a book a while ago about, not a while ago, it was 2018. It seems like a while ago with the year that we've had here with COVID. But I wrote a book called The Plant-Based Workplace. And the whole premise with that book was creating a business case for creating a healthy food environment at work. Due to rising healthcare costs, presenteeism, and low productivity. And really what I'm saying here is if you have the junk food in your house, if you have it in your workplace, and you're trying to be intentional about your food, really change that, you know, get rid of that food, that junk food that's not serving you, that's not helping you, you know, be energetic. And, you know, if you do have a chronic condition, help you to restore your health and just get it out of the environment and replace it with health promoting foods. And what I focus on specifically are whole plant foods. And so really those antioxidant, phytochemical rich foods that really restore health, that help you literally at a cellular level. So when you, instead of snacking on, you know, that bag of Oreo cookies, instead, you know, picking up, you know, some celery or some carrots. And now you might be thinking, well, that's no fun. But what happens as you do that more and more, you start to adjust, your palate starts to adjust. It's hard at first, you know, because our pleasure sensors have been hijacked by these sugar, these high sugar, high fat, high salt junk foods. And so if you know that going into making an intentional change, what happens is if you could just stick with it, you know that after, you know, a week, maybe 2 weeks, you'll start to actually like it. Or at least you'll start to tolerate it, and then eventually you'll like it because you can change your taste buds. That's a scientific fact. That's where the term acquiring a taste comes into play. So you just have to just know it, be intentional, stick with it. Leading to the second item here, getting, you know, I have 7 vegetables and 3 servings of fruit each day. And I really, with my clients, focus on getting at least 3 servings of dark leafy greens. So I'm talking about your kales, your spinach, your arugula, your mixed baby greens, your Swiss chard or rainbow chard, and then a rainbow of whatever else is in season where you live. So you know, when you eat this way, you're fueling your body with the right foods that will help you to feel more energetic and help you to thrive, not only with your work and what you do and be more productive, but also in your personal life as well. One thing that you know, I find with a lot of my clients is they struggle with water. And sometimes it's a forgetting to drink. Other times it's more of I just don't like the taste of it. So again, be intentional about drinking water. Our bodies need water. And not getting enough water is associated with high blood pressure. It's associated with digestive issues like constipation, poor skin health. It's associated with one study even showed an association with sugar cravings. So the degree to which you are hydrated, you're less inclined to have sugar cravings. So really, and then certainly it improves mood and memory. All right. And bubbly water has no calories. Yeah, bubbly. Yeah, bubbly is good. Bubbly is good. I would also say bubbly is good, but try to train your palate to just appreciate the plain water, and also, and then as far as reducing just, you know, like waste in terms of like aluminum cans and that sort of thing, try infusing your water with like ginger and lemon or cucumber and melon or orange slices and that kind of thing. Oh, I drink. Oh, good. Got it. So that's why bubbly tastes like a treat, because you already drink a lot of plain water. I could totally understand that. Yeah, I do feel like it's a treat when I have it too. Thank you for that, Judith. I appreciate you. All right. And then finally, my recommendation, if you're struggling with nutrition and diet, is to keep a food journal, because a food journal can really help you tap into your relationship with food. Okay, and we're going to get into a little exercise on this in a moment. But what I'm recommending here, and you don't have to do this forever. I mean, what I recommend is do it for a week, maybe 2 weeks. You'll notice certainly after a week, kind of how you respond to certain triggers. But it's really just a matter of just writing down, you know, the date and time, how you're feeling before you eat, what you eat, how you feel after you eat, and then kind of note what those observations and discoveries are. I found, you know, I've had clients do this, and they'll find things like, whenever my mother calls me, that's when I'm reaching for the sugary snacks. And so there's something about her relationship with her mother that's triggering that junk food eating, there's some undercurrent there with their relationship that's triggering it. So now that she's aware of that, right, then she could start to think about being intentional. If you're changing your food environment, it's not in the house. If you're so stressed out, you're like, I don't care, I'm gonna hop in my car and go to the gas station and get some junk food. Then you know kind of what's triggering it, and then you can take have specific strategies in hand for you to, for her to, in this case, for her to deal with that. So you know, it's, you know, sometimes it's like, okay, I'm going to just do some deep breathing. I'm going to just grab a head of broccoli and just eat an entire head of broccoli because I want to chew on something and I need the crunch, even though, you know, certainly for, you know, for many people, it's not as palate hijacking as, you know, a box of cookies. So anyway, you recognize it's that self-awareness, you know what the triggers are, and you've got strategies to deal with those triggers. Okay. All right. And again, so in a workplace setting, how can your organization support you? And okay, I find myself craving chocolate lately, and after eating 3 bars of chocolate, I got pitted prunes. Okay, and that did the trick. Yeah, yeah, yeah. And prunes are, yeah. So you've got that fiber too, you know, when you're eating whole plant foods, because that's really the only place you can get fiber is in whole plant foods. All right, let's see here. I thought there was another comment. Yeah. All right. Yeah, Judith. Yeah, dried cranberries and almonds. Yep. Yep. Okay, all right. Let's see here. Okay, so let's talk about exercising. All right. So exercising, you know, when I think about what has the biggest effect on my clients in terms of, you know, when trying to lose weight or reverse a disease, and oftentimes the two go hand in hand, right? So when you lose the weight, your blood pressure goes down, your insulin sensitivity improves, so you're reversing your type 2 diabetes. Diet is absolutely number one. So I would say, you know, upwards of 70, 80% of the change that I see in my client has more to do with diet. Exercising helps to get much of the rest. So my tips here are to create a schedule to make exercising a daily routine. And I know sometimes people say, you're kidding me, 60 minutes a day of intentional exercise. I don't have time for that. You know, I've got kids, I've got a busy career, I've got, you know, maybe I've got an elderly parent I'm taking care of. And I would just say work towards that. If you can't get the full 60 minutes a day in, get whatever you can get in and just try to make it intentional. Make it your self-care time. And I think Joyce mentioned that she does hers first thing in the morning. And sometimes that's the best way to do it, is just do it before anybody gets up, or do it before people, you know, start, you know, meetings start and all that, where you're just being bombarded one side from the other. But it's so important to kind of create that, because it not only affects, obviously, the calorie burn and supporting the weight loss, but certainly the stress. I mentioned that being intertwined and thus affecting your sleep, and improving your sleep. So if you can work towards getting 60 minutes a day, I highly, highly recommend it. Cardio, definitely, you know, having about 5 and upwards of 7 days a week of cardio, and that could be anything from the brisk walking to running to cycling or rowing or an elliptical machine. There's so much, you know, I know gyms aren't necessarily open nowadays, but there's certainly a lot of things you can do outdoors if you're in a place where the weather is somewhat decent, or there's a lot of home fitness type things you can do to create, you know, a good cardio workout. And I do suggest to my clients, you know, working up towards getting in some vigorous exercise. So it's really about getting that heart rate up. Yeah, the rebounder. Yeah, I've got a client that loves her rebounder. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, that's a good one too. All right. And then adding in that weight, the weights, the resistance training, the core and flexibility is also important. You know, I'm also a personal trainer. That's part of the whole chronic disease reversal package that I offer, the nutrition and the training. And, you know, what I find with the weight and resistance training, obviously the science is, you know, indisputable in terms of reducing bone loss, you know, especially women who are menopausal or postmenopausal, you know, that muscle strength. And then also just in terms of metabolism and building lean body mass. So replacing fat mass with lean body mass can be done through weights. The core is so important in terms of that powerhouse and helping things with, in terms of like even just having, when you have good core strength, you're more inclined to have better balance. And as you get older, you know, reducing the risk of falls and injuries from falls. And then the stretching and the flexibility, quite frankly, that could just feel good. I mean, that could be, for my personal nightly routine, I do incorporate some light stretching before I go to bed, just because it kind of helps to settle me in for bed. And then I would say this is a big one. So sometimes we set ourselves up for disappointment, right? And it has to do with how we set goals. I am a big proponent of creating simple behavior-based goals to get you going, actionable goals. So I advise clients to not focus on, I want to lose 30 pounds by this date, or, I want to lower my cholesterol by 80 points. I recommend starting with creating behavior-based goals that are going to get you to achieving and maintaining a healthy weight, get you to improving your heart health. And so something like, for example, I'm going to get a new pair of running shoes today, and I'm going to join a site or a running group on Facebook, or a challenge on some Fitbit group, where I'm going to, be a part of a contest or a challenge, and then what that does is it gets you going, it gets you started. And then hopefully what happens is, as you get started, you start to learn things, you start to discover what you like, what you don't like. And then your reward system goes from being extrinsic to intrinsic, where you start to enjoy, where you can't wait to get out of bed and go do whatever that activity is. I have a good friend that I used to run with when I lived in Jackson, Mississippi. And she moved out to California. I moved to Washington State. And she posts her runs every single day. If you go to her Instagram account, it's her with a selfie, and it says, how many miles she ran that day. And she runs between 3 and 15 miles a day. Okay, so she's a nurse. So on her days off, she'll do a longer, 8, 10, 12, 15-mile run. And on the days that she works, she'll do like a 3 or 4 mile run, because it's just based on her schedule. But she loves it. She loves it. And then what happens is, for her, she finds joy in sharing her workout, because she's, one, obviously very proud of the work that she's doing, and she's getting great results. She's lost a ton of weight and she feels great. But it also, for her, creates a little accountability, right? Because she feels committed to making this post every day. All right. So AirPods revolutionized my exercise. I listen to podcasts, and my favorite music or talk on the phone to family and friends. Like, awesome. So you've got a system, Judith. That's awesome. That is awesome. And that's where you want to get to. You want to find out what that is, what that routine is for you, so that it keeps you motivated, keeps you going. That's great. All right. Let's see here. So again, how can your company or your organization support you or support employees towards this goal? Some companies will do contests, how many steps did you take contests. Some companies may also do reimbursement. But what are some things that, companies can do? I'll give you another tip that I did. I used to be an operations manager for an aerospace manufacturing plant in Jackson, Mississippi. This is when I lived in Mississippi. And one of the things that I did as a manager, as a leader, I had about 235 or 36 employees reporting to me, but I had team leaders. They were my direct reports, and then they had teams under them. And one of the things that I did as a manager was I put in my own personal development plan specific goals around improving my health. And what I did was, I didn't push those on them, but I shared, as part of what we would normally do when you're cascading goals, is I shared all of my goals in my development plan with my team. And I had a couple of team leaders who, in the back of their mind, were thinking, I need to control my diabetes better. And they in turn created specific goals for themselves within their own employee development plans. So You know, maybe you're doing that already, maybe you're not, but I just wanted to throw that out there as an idea, as an option. Okay, so I want to go back to kind of the thing around our relationship with food, and I want to encourage you. And you could take a screenshot of this if you want. You don't have to do it right now, but I just want to walk through this exercise that I encourage all of you to do, especially if you struggle with being on autopilot with your food, or you engage in emotional eating, or you've heard trigger foods that cause you to overeat, is to grab a journal and then answer these questions. And this is not, I would just say, this is not like a check the box kind of exercise. This is something that you want to really carve out some time to do, okay? Because it does require a lot of self and inner reflection. But first, identify what is your main health issue, okay? And then ask yourself, you know, what habit or behavior is keeping me from overcoming my health issue? Okay. And it could be something like, you know, I'm working too much, you know, or it could be something like, I am, you know, I have a routine where I come home from work, I'm super tired, I'm exhausted, and I grab that glass of wine to kind of take the edge off. And that's a habit. That's a habit that then leads to, right, other health issues, whatever your health issue is. It could lead to, you know, excessive eating. It could lead to being sedentary. It could lead to not getting a good night's sleep. That one habit of just coming home and drinking a glass of wine, and sometimes that one glass turns into 2 glasses depending on how bad the day was. So just be honest with yourself, write it down, and then go on to the next question, which is, what thoughts or beliefs are keeping me stuck in acting out that habit or behavior? So what is it about my belief system or my thoughts that are keeping me from moving past it? Okay. And this gets a little uncomfortable, especially the more honest with yourself you are with this exercise. And then go on to ask, well, why do I think and believe this? You know, why do I think, or did someone instill this in me? You know, did something happen to me that I accepted what they said about me, and it planted a seed within me. So I've got a client who really struggled with food, and she actually gave a testimonial. I have it on a video testimonial, and she struggled with body image issues and emotional eating. And she would hear things from people like, why are you gaining all this weight? You know, why don't you do this, or why don't you do that? And that then made it worse, right? And so she was trying to figure out, like, what voice was I listening to that made me think and believe this? Where did it come from? And then asking, you know, how are those thoughts and beliefs serving me? How are they helping me? And for her, what it came down to, and what the realization that she got from this was, and she's a very spiritual person, she said, you know, this needs to change because I am worth it. Because I am worth it. I am worthy of being healthy. I am worthy of being healthy. And that was for her getting into that space that we often don't take the time to get into. That was then the game changer for her. And once she took that in and realized it and believed it, that's when things started to change. The other things fell into place, right? She was able to overcome those emotional eating issues. She was able to accept her body, her beautiful body, And she said, I could look at myself in the mirror and love myself. And it wasn't until she got to that point that, you know, things changed. So this is something that is very powerful. It takes some time to get through. It's uncomfortable because you do have to dig deep. And sometimes it takes a little, you know, it takes a little time. It may take a few sessions to get through this. But it's worth exploring if you struggle with a lifestyle, if a health issue that's brought on by lifestyle. Okay. So I want to wrap up this presentation, and then I'll leave some time for questions if you have any, or comments or any feedback for me, with a meditation. And I know you had one already, but hey, why not have another one, right? So this is a meditation that my husband actually uses when we're giving this talk to other companies. And it's a present moment, precious moment meditation. So what I'd like you to do, if you're open to it, and I know this isn't an ideal setting, being, you know, doing this virtually through Zoom. I know, you know, it'd be much better doing this in person, face to face. But I ask that you just join me. So just, you know, stop typing, close your eyes, put your phone down, and then just simply listen, okay? So imagine your arms are being pulled down and your head pulled upward. So you feel that tension in your neck. Now relax your head and shoulders. Relax your forehead, your eyelids, your cheeks, your jaw, your mouth, and your lips. Become aware of your breathing as you breathe in and as you breathe out. You breathe in and mentally say, this moment. Breathe out and mentally say, precious moment. Once again, breathe in, this moment. Breathe out, precious moment. One more time, this moment, precious moment. Keep your eyes closed and continue the meditation. As I leave you with a thought, in this world of noise, confusion, and conflict, I require and deserve a place of silence, discipline, and peace. Each breath I take is a reminder that the present moment is a precious moment to live, to heal, to learn, and to grow, to simply be. I am proud and grateful for my gifts and uniqueness as I bridge with others similar and different from me to transform myself, my family, my organization, and this world. Okay, you can open your eyes. And I think we've got a few minutes to take any questions or comments.
So Gigi, what is a common question that you get asked from your audience?
I would say one of the questions that I typically get is, you know, going back to for example, the exercise, the physical activity. I've had people say, I've got 3 young kids. I've got a demanding career, you know, I just don't have time to exercise and take care of myself. And that's a tough question because, you know, I can offer some practical tips like, you know, involve your family in your activities. I've got some clients who are, you know, will take their kids out on a jog or a run. It's not as productive as it would be without them, but it at least gets them moving and you moving, so that you're doing something. The other thing, it's hard for me to say without coming across insensitive, but I feel I have to say it sometimes, which is how much time does it take to manage an illness, to be treated for a condition? And is it more time to, does it take more time to take care of yourself on the front end or to deal with the consequences on the back end? And I'm still trying to figure out a way to say that empathetically, but it's the truth. I mean, I have clients who come to me, you know, later on, they're in their 50s and 60s, and they've already been rushed to the hospital because of a, you know, some condition that could have been avoided, likely been avoided with a, you know, a good diet and self-care routine, activity level, and all of that. And so they're coming to kind of restore their health. That's 80% of my clients are clients looking to restore their health. They had a health issue and they're trying to, you know, backtrack and fix it. So it's kind of like, if I don't say that, you know, I feel like I'm not doing the person a service by being kind of brutally honest about that. But at the same time, it's hard for me to say because I don't want to come across insensitive and not empathetic to the challenge of someone having to manage, you know, taking care of 3 kids, a demanding career, and, you know, all of that goes along with it.
You know, I like that because when we look at it at the end of the day, we do have a responsibility to ourselves.
Mhm.
And I have a colleague, and I was sharing through the summits. My colleague was, she's a professional. She's in an executive role, and I was trying to reach her. And I kept trying to reach her for months. I couldn't get a hold of her. Finally, I reached out to her home. She's my age. She's a lot, she's skinny. She doesn't have any health condition. She had a massive heart attack, right?
Mhm.
Thankfully, she lived through it. She was actually at the hospital when she had the heart attack. And we're just so grateful because if she wasn't there and was already going through some tests, that's when they recognized she was actually having a heart attack. And that was so fortunate for her. So people think they hear of heart attacks and they hear of strokes and they think, oh, it's those sickly people who get it. And it's not anymore.
Well, yeah.
Not anymore.
Yeah, and I would say, you know, you can be thin and have a really poor vascular health, right? You know, I know some people who, you know, weight isn't the issue. It's more, it's still diet, exercise, stress, sleep, you know, those things. And, you know, so even though when you look at Western countries like the US and Canada, you know, there's a high percentage of people who are overweight, you know, have excessive weight, considered to be overweight, and have obesity, which is a chronic disease. It doesn't preclude you from having things like high blood pressure, for example. I've got a client who's razor thin, high blood pressure, but still it's the same thing. You know, her diet was largely, you know, high in sodium, high in fat, and she wasn't exercising. I will take her blood pressure when she comes to the gym before and after the workout, and her blood pressure drops into the normal range after the workout. And that's because we're doing cardio, you know, and her blood pressures goes down, you know, proportionately to the workout that we do. So you could be thin, and obesity is it's one chronic illness that is associated with a lot of others, but it doesn't mean that you can't still get those other diseases. Yeah.
Really, it really is. And it's a wake-up call for a lot of people who think you know, it's what you look like in the mirror does not mean
Right.
what you look like inside. Right?
It's what your endothelial cells look like.
Exactly. Exactly.
Yeah. Yeah. And conversely, I've got a few clients who, you know, might be considered quote unquote overweight based on BMI metrics, but you look at their, you look at their lab reports, because they eat, whole plant foods, or predominantly whole plant foods, and they're exercising regularly, and their numbers look great. I mean, they're just, their health, that's their healthy weight. I mean, they're metabolically healthy, but they might be considered quote unquote overweight or have excessive weight than what is quote unquote normal. Sorry about all the quotes.
No, but I understand you. I have a new doctor, and he's just a few years older than my son. And he looked at my blood work. He's like, man, you're healthy.
Yeah.
What does that mean? That was so cute. I was like, have mercy. I'm 53 and I'm healthy for my age. What a trouble.
That feels good. I know.
But I did. I came home and I told my husband, I said, I was told I'm healthy for my age. And the reality is, you do have to take care of yourself, and you do have to accept. I remember fussing one day and crying. It's like, oh, I turned menopause and my body does not want to lose 1 ounce. And I eat what my husband thinks is not real food, because I'm more of a plant-based eater. I eat healthy. I love healthy food. I make everything I eat. And my mom said to me, you need to stop worrying about it. I was like, okay.
Yeah.
Wisdom from mother. But it's true.
Yeah.
And I know I'm very fortunate. I do take care of myself. And I love what you were saying about the exercises, because we need to make it part of our lifestyle. And I often say to clients, look, if you can get up and do 2 push-ups, start with that. Whatever you can do, start where you are, because people think starting an exercise plan means that they have to go out and run a marathon, or they have to be going to the gym every day, or they need to go out and buy expensive. I'm like, you need to start, because it's funny, because my husband was telling me about a colleague that the husband went out and bought one of these exercise machines in the spring after the pandemic started, and they just moved and he sold it because he never did use it. And I was like, don't buy things that you're not going to use. Start slowly, build up the momentum and the desire, and do. And you can't give up. Because I'll just share a little story. I have a very sensitive body. So I would be going to the gym and I'd be looking at other people. I'm like, doesn't their feet hurt? Like, they look happy, because my body hurts. I have to be careful how I work out and what I do. I have sore feet, sore everything. and so I have a treadmill at home and I work out. And then after a while, my feet were just killing me. So I went to the bike, and then I have my ball, and then I have online thing. You have to try different things. You can't just, I said to I'm not going to give up on exercise because my feet hurt. And then I graduated to the rebounder, and Lord have mercy. I enjoy my rebounder. I bounce in the morning and I bounce. That's the only exercise I can do at the end of the day, because it's fun. It's like you feel like a little kid jumping up and down. And Judith, it counts on the steps. It counts the steps.
Cool. Hey, Judith, I love your comment resonates with me. Women typically have a hard time to be selfish and do things for themselves.
Yes.
Yeah, I would say.
Oh, so true.
Yeah, that resonates. Yeah, because women are often, I think, we get in this mode of having to take care of everybody. It's our kids, our partners, employees at work, boss, whatever. It just, you get into this kind of nurturing thing that happens, and then, who's last on the list? You are, and we have to be intentional about self-care and make it a priority, and figure out what's going to come off the list or what's going to change, so that you do have time to take care of yourself. Yeah.
Does anyone have any other questions for Gigi? Comments? That was a really great presentation. I surely enjoyed it.
Thank you.
You talk about all the things that I love to eat, and I think movement is important, and that nutrition, but that knowledge. But how do we make it part of our life? And I think we cannot we can't hear that too often, because there are so many things that come in the way to prevent us. This always seems to be the thing we negotiate on. And it
Yes.
should be a non-negotiable, how we eat and our exercise. So thank you so much.
You're very welcome. I just put in the chat box my email address. If anybody has any follow-up questions or comments or feedback for me, feel free to shoot me a note. Joyce, thank you so much for inviting me to be a part of this, and I
Are you going
appreciate
to
you.
be sending us slides or something to share with the audience?
Yes, I could send the slides. Yes.
Okay, so Amina will be in touch with you for a free, so that we can send something and if you have a free giveaway or something that we can also share in the package with our registrants. There are much more people who registered than there are here, so we'll send off those
No
things.
problem. No problem. I know it's all about the schedule, and I'm glad you're recording this so people can look at it later. Yeah, sounds good.
All right.
Okay. All
Thank
right.
you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, be well. Okay.
You too. Bye.
Bye. All right, everyone. So let's do our 5-minute stretch. We had a great meditation, and let's just do some stretches as we get ready to listen to our last presentation for the day. We're going to hear from Jo, and Jo is coming to us from New Zealand. And she was able to pull her schedule up and be here earlier, so it's great. And we're so looking forward to hearing from her and what she'll be presenting to us. So lots of great ideas and feedback here from our session, but it was nice to end with that lovely meditation. So let's stretch our shoulders. Remember, I think Patience showed us this morning. Oh my goodness, there's a muscle on my back that needed this. Let's just pull in, and then we're breathing. And she said we're supposed to go down to our knees with that. So we stretch fully. Oh, that feels good. Wow. We are blessed. I am so glad that I was here today. Who else? You can put in the chat if you're glad you were here today. I am. So without much ado, I'm going to read the bio for Jo, and we'll get going. She's here, and we may as well. All right. So Jo is the co-director of Workplace Wellbeing Limited and has spent 25 years either leading teams or training, coaching, and consulting others to help them create positive and effective teams that work well together. Jo moved into the well-being space in 2017 after meeting with Hannah Irie from the Workplace Wellbeing. They discussed the fact that well-being isn't a one-size-fits-all, and that by taking a whole-brained approach to well-being, organizations are able to put in place a more holistic well-being program with higher engagement and success rates. So Jo's partner, Hannah, actually presented last night. I don't know how many of you guys noticed that, but it was a really great presentation, and it's also in the YouTube channel. So most of those sessions in the YouTube channel will be available till the end of the weekend, and I believe my team will be moving them off because our pastors will be ready then. Jo, welcome, welcome, welcome. We're so looking forward to hearing from you.
Great, thanks very much, Joyce. Really appreciate it. Hi, everybody. You'll hear I have a very New Zealand accent, and I have a propensity to go fast. So I'm going to try to speak a little bit slower for you guys, but do put a note in the chat if I'm going too fast for you. So what I'm going to do is just quickly share my screen so that we can get started. Here we go. And it's great to be here. So I don't know if anybody has heard of HBDI before, but it's a tool that I use quite a lot. Do a lot of teamwork with it. But I'm certainly looking at this from a wellbeing perspective. So I don't know, has anybody ever had a brainwave and come up with some amazing wellbeing initiatives that they put out into the workplace, and to find that only a select number of people actually get involved, and it tends to always, from your perspective, be the same people, and other people might think that what you're doing is perhaps a little bit lame. Well, we certainly see that out and about, and part of the reason for that is that often people are putting programs together based on their own perspective and their own thinking preference, if you like, and not necessarily looking at it from all the other different ways of looking at it. And as a result, it means that there's less engagement in those programs. So what we're going to look at today is we're going to look at what whole brain thinking is all about, and look at your preferences. So if you haven't got a pen and paper with you already, if you could grab one now, that would be fantastic, because we're going to get you to do a little exercise so that we can see what your likely thinking preference is. We're going to look at communication engagement by preference and some wellbeing activities that we'll also look at, and gain some ideas from each other about the types of things that people like to get involved in, so that will really help you within your own workplaces to gain additional engagement. So Herrmann Brain Dominance Instrument is it's a thinking preference tool. So as opposed to a personality profiling tool, it's more around thinking preferences. And it breaks things down into 4 different quadrants. And what we find is that we're all strong or very strong in 70% of us are strong or very strong in 2 of those preferences. And only 26% in 3, and only 3% of us are whole brain. So what's really important is to be able to think about things from, we look at things from our own perspective, but this is a great tool to help you actually see things from other perspectives as well, in order to put a more holistic program together. So just to kick off, we're going to I'm going to get you to actually, so we can get an idea of what your likely thinking preference is. Now, with HBDI, it's a full profiling system. We're just doing a really quick and easy version to give you an indicator that'll be, I guess, a close idea of what it might look like, but nothing like getting a full profile done. So if you can just all grab a pen and paper and draw this cross so we can actually be putting things into the 4 different sections on your piece of paper. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to talk you through 4 different areas, and what I'd like you to do is think about, when you see something come up, I want you to think, is that something that I'm really a strength for me? And if it is, I want you to put a big dot on in the quadrant that we're talking about. If you think, well, yeah, no, I can do that, but it's just a little bit, put a dot. If it's not like you at all, then put nothing. And so you'll end up with a bunch of dots in different quadrants, and then we'll interpret that shortly. So we're going to start off in the blue quadrant, so up in the top left there, and I'm going to go through these different points. So the first one, I really like numbers. So if that's really you, I want you to put a dot in your top left box. I like to know the facts. I like to pull things apart and know how things work. I hate making mistakes. I like to get to the point. I like having proof. I like to manage money. I like to have everything in order. And I prefer to be non-emotional. So just a large dot for any of those that are really, really like you, a small dot if you're really not sure, and if it's not like you at all, then put nothing. Now we're going to jump into the green box. So the bottom left. I like to keep to the rules. I like to be on time. I like to get things done. I like to have a plan. I like lists. I prefer things not to change. I want everything to be safe. I like to be neat. I like to go into detail. I like things to go my way. And now we're going to jump down into the red. I am comfortable showing my emotions. I like to help people. I prefer to be with other people. I like to notice how others are feeling without being told. I tend to talk a lot. I like writing. I like being passionate. I like music. Spirituality is important to me. I like to teach. And then the last one, so the top right quadrant, the yellow quadrant, I like being playful. I'm a risk taker. I prefer the big picture to detail. I like being creative. I like to bring ideas together and make something new. I like to dream. I like surprises. I like thinking outside of the box. I like to be seen as out there and unusual. And I like to bend the rules. So what I want you to do is just count them up and just see where you've got your big circle. I want you to think which one has got the most circles in it, if you like. And if I can just get everybody to put a note into the chat of the quadrant that is the biggest quadrant for you. So if you can just pop that into the chat, that would be great. Okay, none through yet. Could we just get you to pop those into the chat for me? Okay, green and red, great. Thank you, Kathy. Anyone else? Yellow, red and green. So a wee bit of a mixed bag there, a little bit balanced. Okay, so what I'm going to do is when we come to do some exercises on that, as you get to know this a little bit better, you'll probably get a better feeling of which feels like you. So I'm just going to do a very touch on the science so that you have an understanding of what is behind it, the science behind it, and then we're going to look at some exercises around this. So basically, Ned Herman, who created the brain dominance instrument, he worked for General Electric, and he worked with people, and he'd found that all this time that he'd been working with people, that it was really annoying how different everybody behaved with different things. People took on different things when he did training. When he put a memo out, some people would get different information from it, and he wanted to understand it. So, and he had a science bent already, so he went and did a whole heap of study and research on the brain. And he studied Sperry's work. Sperry won a Nobel Peace Prize on his work. And he was the guy who established that we really do have a very left and right side to our brain. And so what he did is he got a bunch of split brain people. Now, to become split brain meant that you had some terrible things done back in the 1930s. So what they did back there is people that had epilepsy, what they did is they drilled a hole down the center of their brain and they cut the centerpiece, which is the corpus callosum and the center part of the brain, and they cut that part. And it was great because their epilepsy went away. But the problem that they had is suddenly there were no messages that were able to go back and forth between the two sides of the brain. But the great thing for Sperry's work by utilizing these people is it was very clear that the two sides of the brain were separated so that he was able to easily see what actually happened in each side. And what he did is he covered up, and what he established is that the right side of the brain operates the left side of the body and vice versa. So he got them to cover up their right eye just to see what they would see. And in this case, this is a London Underground map. But what he found is that they really were able to hone into the detail. So if you think about a tree, they would be able to see the leaves, the branches, the trunk, for example, and not necessarily the whole image and the big picture. Whereas when he covered up the other side, people that are more right-brained in their thinking were actually able to see the full big picture. And so you can see how that would make a real difference even in our own day-to-day. And I'm just going to show you some examples of that to help with this understanding. So very much detail on the left, global thinking on the right. If people that are left brain tend to see things more in parts, whereas the whole brain, the right side of the brain seeing them more as a whole. The left brain, people recognize more numbers and like seeing numbers, whereas people that are right brain often very clearly and easily see patterns. They just stand out to them, whereas somebody who's more left brain has to really think and look and try and find those patterns and things. Left brain more on words, right brain images. That's where people, an image tells 1,000 words, where, a really good image is more important than the words, whereas people that are more left brain prefer to see words. One of the most important ones from a communication perspective is the sequential versus connections. So people that are very left brain are often very sequential. Everything is in order, step 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Whereas on the right side, people, and you may recognize this in yourself, where you'll have different components of lots of different things, and then simultaneously they pull it all together to get a new whole. And so as a result, they, when you get people that are really, really highly right-brained in a room together, they can go, if you think about A, B, C, D, E, they go from A to M. And they just do it like that, and they make connection, they just move on to this different space. People that are very strongly left brain need to go through step by step in order to get there. So you can imagine when you're communicating information, how that can completely change the message for people. So your left brain is A, B, C, D, E. You go in and ask them, tell me about C. And they start at A and they're like, no, I don't need all of that. I don't need those other bits. I just need to know about C. But the truth is that the way their brains process information, they need to start at the top in order to be able to comfortably be able to talk to it. And so that's when you often get people, going into detail that you feel that you just don't need. But in fact, it's really important to them to be able to communicate their message, for example. So that's the left and the right side of the brain. Yeah, the lower part, or the limbic system, is our feeling brain, if you like. This is where you're grounded. This is your emotional center in the brain, and also where your instincts come from. So people that often make decisions, for example, using a gut feel, it all comes from the bottom part of their brain. And they often make very good decisions. They feel very comfortable. When you just get a feeling, it's like, well, what's the reason you're doing this? I don't know, but I just know that it's the right thing to do because your gut has told you. And actually your brain has probably made a whole heap of little connections, and it's just told you, no, this is just the right thing to do, but they can't actually rationalize it out. Whereas somebody who really operates from their thinking brain, the top part of their brain, really need to see things through facts and logic, not by gut feel, if you like. So thinking preference here, intellectual thinking in abstract and conceptual modes. So if you think about it and look at these things, we look at the metaphor, I guess, of these different components. So people that are high blue, so those of you that found that you had lots of dots in the blue, often these people are logical, analytical, fact-based and quantitative. They definitely the big analytical thinkers. Your high blue are they're often very articulate. They don't necessarily use a lot of words. That's how you can recognize them when you're talking to people. They're quite more deliberate. They like clever wit, for example. But they don't want to mess around. So if you were to go into an office of somebody who's really high blue, they want to get straight to the point. Whereas someone who's more of a people person wants to have a, how was your weekend? How's, what's happening? High blues, it's just like, no, let's get to the point. What are we here for? Let's just get on with it. And so they can sometimes come across as a little bit on the cool side, which can cause issues with communication, which also comes back to well-being as well. So communication issues can have quite an impact on how people feel within themselves in an organisation. Your high greens are often very organised, often sequential, as we talked about. They're great planners, often go into a lot of detail. They're very structured thinking, take a very structured approach. They can sometimes be seen as a little bit bossy. Reason being, they're great organisers of people and events. And so they will always put their hand up to do all the organising and often very, very good at it. But, there's a right way and a wrong way, and they're great at process. There's a right way and a wrong way. If it's not my way, then it must be the wrong way. And, you'll recognise people that are like that in your organisation as well. So jumping on to the high reds. Your high reds are social thinkers. Your high reds often have really good interpersonal skills. They're often very feeling based and kinesthetic, so often very touchy-feely. That's one way of picking them up, and emotional. So that might be that they'll get angry easily. It might be that they're really passionate about what they're doing or talking about. It might be that they, things upset them easily when they see things not going well. You'll find the high red people in your teams are the ones who are very supportive of others. They always want to put others first, always thinking about how other people are feeling before they do things. As well. They're often very intuitive, so intuitive with people, so they're very good at reading other people. If we jump into the high yellows, these are your great, your ideas people, very holistic in their approach often, great conceptual thinkers, very good at seeing the big picture, looking at the vision. They always start with the end in mind. And these guys are intuitive as well, but more intuitive with solutions. So they just know the right way to resolve a problem. So where your logical thinkers, when they're problem solving, they're great problem solvers, but they problem solve logically. Your high yellows tend to problem solve intuitively. Great at pulling things together, often very adventurous. They often talk very fast. They often seem to be going off in tangents, always coming up with all these great ideas. They start things but don't finish them. So where your greens are great implementers and great at getting things done and always finish tasks, your high yellows absolutely just start things without stopping. So, a lot of you will actually recognise ourselves and all of these things. And we do have a little bit of all four of these quadrants. So I guess, when you think about how this actually ties into well-being, as one is from a communication perspective, when you are communicating well-being programs to people in your organisation, it's really important to be able to take a whole brain approach to that process and be able to, so that you're reaching each of the different types of people within the group. And what you'll also find with wellbeing activities that you do is everybody is different. Everybody takes a different approach to things. And, one size does not fit all. And one of the things that we know from research is that when people are doing wellbeing activities that they really like, they get double the benefit from it than if they don't like it, where they might not get benefit even at all. So it's really important within your teams when you're putting things in place is to be able to find things that people are going to enjoy, because then you'll get the engagement and they'll want to do it, and then you'll get the results from that program as well as a result of that. So if you think about how you're communicating with with your team, I'm going to just look at these 4 different quadrants and talk through some of the key things that are going to be important to them. So for example, your high blues, they really need to understand, well, what is it? What is it that you're wanting to do? What's it all about? They want to see that it's evidence-based. Show me the proof that it works. Quite often really good at a bit of active competition. They quite like a bit of competition when they're doing things. So that's your blues. Your greens is the how. Well, how are we going to do it? And they are going to want very clear step-by-step instructions of what's going to happen. And they'll be the ones that, if you haven't done that, they'll be the ones that are asking questions all over the place, because they like to be organized. They like to know what's going on. They want to make sure that they're doing it properly. So they're going to have a million questions for you. So they're wanting to have a step-by-step plan, tell them everything that they need to know up front. The reds are all about the who. So, who's going to be involved, they're wanting to do activities with others because they love doing things with people. They're going to be wanting to do team type activities. They want the opportunity to be able to share stories or food or experiences. So sharing is a very important component for your high reds, and they'll be wanting to make sure that everybody, that people, and they'll be wanting to bring people on board, and they'll be wanting to support those that are getting involved in various programs. Your high yellows, they're all about the why. It's like, well, they really need to understand why it's important. What's in it for me? Why should I do it? And why are we doing this? And it's important for them. It's like, make it fun. They want to be involved in the brainstorming of ideas. They often like themes or surprises, and randomly doing things is really important to them. So you can see that it's quite a big deal to try and fit all of these things into every program, but in fact it is the best way to make sure that you've got everyone involved. When we look at the why, I tell a story sometimes of my partner. When he's working, he's very high blue, and recently in Christchurch, we had a house rebuild after the earthquakes, and the demolition crew were coming on. So we had some work to do at the site, and I don't normally work with him, but I needed to on this occasion. And he goes into, it's like he shuts off, all the red just disappears, and he goes into this blue, and it's very but. So much so that he often doesn't use words at all. He'll point at something when he's telling me to do something. And so you can imagine how that goes down like a lead balloon. I can tell you that because I'm very high yellow. And so this one day he said to me, he said, he pointed to this rock and he said, move that over there. And I just looked at him and was like, you've got to be kidding. I'm like, why? Tell me the why. And he gets really frustrated when I say that. And he's like, oh, for goodness sake. And he said, well, the demolition crew are coming in, and everything that is outside 1.5 meters of the house is going to be there when we get back. So we want to make sure that everything that's there goes in close to the house, so it all gets taken away. So suddenly it made complete sense to me. I had no problem at all with moving that rock to where he wanted to, because I understood why. And it's just, just a really important thing, because it made complete sense to me then, and I was very happy to do it. And so if you think about your teams, whenever you're putting something out there, that why and the what's in it for me is extremely important as part of that process. So what I want to look at now is look at well-being, look at the varying different ways of well-being and the types of things that you can do within your organisation, and things that really understand from the different preferences what types of activities people are going to want to do. What I'd like to do here, if I can first though, is understand the roles of people that are in the group, because it depends on the group which way we actually, which way we manage this, whether we look at coming up with examples of activities as individuals or whether we look at this as a collective group. So I wonder if everyone can just in the chat, please put what your role within your organisation is. I'm making the assumption that you guys mostly work in wellbeing teams, but if you're just an individual coming in from a wellbeing perspective, I'd like to know that as well. So can I just get you guys to pop something into the chat for me? Is there anybody there to be able to do that? Ah, there we go. Individual working with pain, considering pain coaching, leader and trainer. Is there anybody else there? Okay, so what we might do, so what we'll do with this exercise is we will look at this from an individual perspective. I think is probably going to be the safest way. And what we might even do, rather than utilise the chat, is we might do this as a discussion. We'll see how we go. So basically, the 5 ways to wellbeing. You may or may not have heard of the 5 ways to wellbeing. Back in 2006, the English government decided that they wanted to improve the well-being of their whole country. So, pretty big thing to do. And what they did is they got 400 experts from all sorts of different fields, psychologists, psychiatrists, personal trainers, nutritionists, anybody involved in anything to do with well-being and people. They got all this information together, and what Nick Marks's job was to do was to interpret that information and understand, okay, well, what is it that really makes a difference to well-being? And that's how they came up with the model of the 5 ways to well-being. And these are at a very basic level, but they're still an important level. And so what they came up with were these 5 things: is give, be active, keep learning, connect, and take notice. So looking at these one by one, we start off with give. So, and give is all about giving your time, your presence, your words. And when people give to others, it actually lights up the reward center in the brain. So it's like having chocolate. Giving does the same sort of thing, as it lights up that reward center of the brain and makes people feel good. And you'll know yourself that it's always, you always feel really good when you do something for others. So what I want to do is we're going to come up with thinking about it from a whole brain perspective, and we're going to think about the way that different thinking preferences like to give and come up with some ideas on that. So I'm going to give you an example first, and then I'm going to get you guys to do this. So for example, might be helping high blues, helping a colleague with their work. High greens, give out handwritten thank you notes, for example. High reds, they might like to bake for their team. And high yellows might want to hold a surprise afternoon tea shout that they do. So if I can just get you all, normally what I would do if we had enough people on here, we would have, normally what we would have done is gotten everybody to do it from one thinking preference, but it looks like we haven't got enough people in the group to do that. Is everyone happy to unmute and talk this one through for those that are there and look at it from the different perspectives? I noticed that it's supper time over there, which might be the reason that we're a little bit low on the participation. Is there anybody who would like to participate in this exercise? Can I either get you to put a note in the chat or unmute? Otherwise, what I'll do is I'll just have to talk through.
I'll be off mute. Yeah.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. So you nailed it, baking. So Melissa is obviously baking is the thing that you like to do. So if we think about some of the other things that people might want to do, so people that are really high blue, these are your analytical, logical kind of people. What types of things do you think they would like to do from a giving perspective?
Help a colleague with their work. I'm rational self. I'm high blue. High blue.
Yeah. And so what sort of things do you like to do when you're giving to others?
Food. I like to cook for people.
Yeah.
I would look at what they need, if it's food or money or concrete thing. It needs to be relevant. I need to know, okay, I see a need, I'm going to fulfill it.
Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, you'll be, I understand that whole making it really relevant will be really, really important. Yeah. So if we think about high greens, have we got any high greens out there? High greens like organizing things. So, and because they're also people that are really high green thinkers are in that limbic part of the brain, or the feeling brain, if you like. So, being able to do things for people is quite important for them as well. Your high reds, very much about doing things for other people, and they'll be the ones always who are there. They'll come in to work and they'll be there making cups of tea for everybody. They'll often they're in professions like nursing and teaching, so things that they're giving to people all the time, and that's that they're people, so that's just what they love to do. So it's not difficult for people in the high reds to actually give. High yellows, they love surprises, and so they're more likely to give prizes to other people. And the funny thing is that not everybody likes surprises, particularly the high green. So if you do things where you're surprising the high greens, they actually don't like it all that much. And the reason they don't like it is because they like to be organized and they like to know what's coming, and they're safe and secure type people. So surprises they find a little bit frustrating.
Somebody like that.
It's no fun when you're a high yellow who loves surprises, and you try and surprise, and they just don't like it. They really don't. And so you can see how when you're trying to organize anything that might, in a work situation, it's you can't just assume that everybody's going to like it. Okay, let's jump on to the next one. So the next one is be active. And so being active is, moving moves your mood, and it helps you to sleep better. The ideal time, the World Health Organization ideal is 30 minutes of a day is all we need to really make a difference to our well-being. And so, certainly in our workplaces, it's being able to find ways to be able to be active separate from what people would normally do. And so the types of things that people can do at work are things like having stair challenges, getting people walking up the stairs. It might be, having a bike to work day if it's appropriate in the place that you are. It might be, running walking meetings, that type of thing. So if we think from a high blues often love doing challenges. So, a step challenge or something like that, a Fitbit challenge is quite a good thing for your high blues. Running walking meetings for the greens. Doing a Tai Chi with your team for the reds, because they definitely would want to be doing, when they're doing any activities, they'll be wanting to do things with friends. So they'll be wanting to go walking with friends and doing team-based activities. And we'll say hold some creative dance lessons for the high yellows. That's a little bit out there for some people. So if you think about other ideas around these. So let's grab some feedback out there of what the types of things that you like to do to be active. Anybody there?
If you like. As I said, I'm suffering from pain and have for 8 years. And I guess being active is the most difficult part. But I think empowering people to know what they can do and trying to just encourage them to get out there and do something. But like you say, helping people to understand, you know, like if you are a high red, you definitely like working with people. That's a great start. Yeah.
Yeah. Yep, absolutely. And you know, there's so many, and there's so many different things. And I think the important thing is to make sure that you get feedback from people before you're putting too much in place. So looking at the keep learning aspect. So embracing new experiences, viewing the world from different perspectives gives us coping skills and inspires creativity. So, you know, when we think about learning, it's not just totally learning new things every day. It's about trying new experiences and, you know, trying something different, trying something new. So if we look at this from different thinking preferences, so from blue perspective is learn something new in your field, for example. So they would be quite specific in what they're wanting to look at doing from a learning perspective. Greens might like to join a book club, for example. Reds learn a new instrument. Red quite often is musical. People that are, you know, quite often people that are musical have got quite a high red quadrant when they're communicating. And then your yellows attend a motivational workshop, is some of the things they like to do. So what about you, Melissa? What do you like doing from a learning perspective?
Well, I completely, I've realised I'm in the completely wrong bracket. I'm a red, but I trained and work with a lot of blues and understand more about all of that and how like they give gifts, whereas I'm like, wouldn't it be better to actually do something together? So it's quite interesting.
Absolutely. And it's interesting when you're working with high blues all the time, what you'll find is that some of your preferences, so some of your actions will totally be in the blue, which is why you would have looked at the blue and you would have been thinking, oh yeah, no, yeah, I do that, I do that, I do that, I do that. But actually, if you were be fully profiled, for example, your preferences are actually perhaps in the red, as you say. So, you know, what you can do, what you're capable of doing is completely different to what you prefer to do. Yeah.
Hence why to further study into mediation. So I feel like that's more of a way of using those emotional connections and same thing, different one. Yeah. But definitely can see the way, and it you know, like you're talking about well-being today, but even that whole message through all of, you know, getting that well-being message even to people in your family. You know, I've got a bunch of different people, teenage boys, and and how that well-being message gets delivered to all of those different people in your life. Yeah,
that's right. And when you understand that, you find out the what's in it for me much more effectively, and it's different for everybody. And getting that message across can sometimes be quite challenging.
Yeah, or particularly even getting people to get a well-being interest started in their organisation, for example, getting the right information across the right desks in the right way.
Yep, absolutely. And I know there was somebody talking earlier about, getting buy-in, with the leadership teams, or, getting buy-in with the CEO. And it's just, you have to be able to talk their talk in order to be able to get your message across, because well-being can come across as, the light, fluffy thing, but actually it has a massive impact on a business. And it's being able to find the right things, the right communication tools to be able to understanding your audience. I worked in an IT company, a couple of different industries. And when I was, I'm very high yellow, and I was always the one who did all the fun things. Everyone wanted to work in my offices because I was always the one who did all the cool, fun things, and we had some great incentives and did some really cool things. And then I went and worked in an IT company that my partner had, and we had the business. So I was looking after the people side of it. And came Christmas party time, where I'd normally have free reign to do all these cool things, and I gave them all these exciting things that we could have done, and all they wanted to do was go out for dinner and have a steak. And I just and I just threw my hands up in the air, because we could have done all these things, and their preferred thing to do was to just have a dinner together. So it's really interesting.
It's about understanding that, isn't it? Not being upset then when realizing that that's what you enjoy, but it's like it's nightmare.
Absolutely. But for them to go and do things like, going whitewater rafting, or, going jet boating, or taking limos and going off and doing things, they just didn't work for them at all. So I had a boring Christmas party. Okay, connect. So connecting with others is talking and listening, being there. And one of the things that's really important with connecting is that we felt that as actually being in the presence of people and doing things together. And that, of course, is a really major component. But we can't underestimate the connecting of people just with eye contact. When you're walking down the street or walking around your office, is smiling at people. And if you actually make a point of deliberately smiling at people, you'll find that people will smile back, and it will make a difference. So connecting, looking at connecting from more than just being with other people. So if we look at connect and general team general knowledge quiz, for example, in the high blue, and the green is organising a team event. Perhaps. Red, go to lunch with a new workmate. Yellow, attend a laughter yoga workshop, for example. So, lots of different things. So any ideas? I think, is there anybody else there, or is it just Melissa? We can just have a quick chat about it.
I'm here.
Great. Now I'm getting a signal on my laptop. I'm just got to quickly get a power cable sent through. It was on 86%, and it's obviously jumped right down in this time, which is completely crazy. So I'm just quickly doing that. So how do you like to connect with people, Joyce or Melissa?
I like to talk to people individually. I rather individuals than groups.
Yep. So having that one-on-one connection with people rather than group. Yeah. And there's a lot of people that are like that. It's like when when you've got incentives, or when you're, for example, with if you're congratulating people, for example, your high yellows love a public display of awards and being able to how wonderful a job they've done. Your high greens, they just want you to take them quietly into the office and tell them what a great job they've done. They do not want it public at all. They just like things very very different. So that's connecting. And then we look at take notice. Remember the simple things that give you joy. Practicing mindfulness and eating mindfully. Practicing gratitude, for example. It might even be as simple as when you're having a shower, actually, instead of thinking about all the things that you're going to do that day, is actually thinking and enjoying the water on your body, for example. So really important to just take that time, take notice of what's going on around you. So let's look at that from a thinking preference. Your high blues, find out about a local issue, for example. Just notice what's going on in the environment. Greens might like to write a gratitude diary. Reds might want to listen to words of your favourite song, for example. And yellows, brainstorm ideas to improve your workspace. So any ideas out there what you like to do? A lot of people talk about walking in nature and really noticing what's going on around you, and actually just taking time to just stop and think about what's happening. So any thoughts out there?
Definitely finding out about local issues, paying attention to what's going on is for me.
Yeah, for me, it's more probably gardening, even if it's limited to pots at the moment due to my ability. But being grateful for that rather than thinking, well, I can't garden anymore. You know, it's sort of like, well, what have you got that you can do? And you can, you know, move small amounts of water, but be mindful while you're watering your plants. Take notice, you know, watch, have a look at their growth, be engaged in that. Yeah.
Are you frozen, Joe? Yeah,
Wonder if a cord power issue ran out.
I wonder, but she looks like she's still there. She's not actually gone. She's still there. She's just frozen. Let's see if she comes back. Oh, she's fully gone this time. Oh, dear.
She might be back in a moment when she gets that cord in.
Yeah, you know, that's the thing with the laptop. If it loses power, it's gone, right?
It's a very good presentation.
Mm-hmm. Where are you located, Melissa?
So, I'm in country New South Wales in Australia.
Oh, you're in Australia. Okay. Okay. Hmm. Well, I haven't seen anything back. So she probably had to reboot her entire computer. What time is it out there in Australia?
10 to 11 in the morning.
Oh, okay. All right. Yeah. Okay. Right, so it's 5:49 here. It's people are feeding their kids and getting them home from. Well, there is no school in Manitoba where I'm at, but it's in Ontario. It's now 6:49 in the Pacific. It's now 4:49. No, it would be 3:49 there. They're 2 hours behind us. All these time zones. It's just so different.
It is, but it's all this virtual stuff has opened it up to the world too, doesn't it?
I know it certainly has, and makes it really a lot easier to engage and dialogue and to learn so many incredible stuff, right? People have. Let me see if that's
Yes.
texting me. Oh, it's not letting her connect. Oh dear. Not quite sure why. Hang on, let me find the Zoom link on my phone and send to her. Not sure why. There's always something that happens, you know. We just found out that thousands of our emails have just not been reaching people. People have been calling. We registered and we didn't get anything, and it's just like, what? It's always something.
The best and the worst of it, isn't it?
I know. And so we're recording everything. It's been interesting. But we'll be done one more day.
There is another day left, is there?
Yeah, tomorrow is the last day. We got some really great speakers tomorrow too. Have you?
Right, I crossed it today. Yeah.
Have you been on more than today?
No, I've only just come across it, you know, like an hour or so ago. Yeah, and I wasn't sure what day was what. Yeah.
Well, I'm glad you came across it. Where did you come across it from?
I've got an interesting collection of LinkedIn people because I've got an interest in pain and returning to work and workers' comp and, just having been injured for a long time and having to learn to keep pace with my body, not my mind.
Oh, wow. You would have really enjoyed yesterday. So you need to go to YouTube channel. So on our homepage, it has a link to the Summit YouTube channel, and take a look. Yesterday we had some phenomenal presentations on mental health and how to preserve mental health from all these different stressors, right? Mindsets around dealing with issues, changing perspectives. Yeah, you might find that interesting. Tomorrow is resilience, self-care, and leadership.
Perfect.
Yeah, so yeah. And on Tuesday we did diversity and inclusion. Let me see what she is. Any luck?
Thank you.
I'm just sending her a message to see if it's working. She's typing on my end. What's happening on my end? We're still all here. No, it won't let me connect. Say site can't be reached. The site can't be reached, but we're on. We are on. Interesting. Oh, we'll have to book that session another time.
Well, maybe it was meant to be. Maybe there'll be more people available to be engaged with it next time.
Yeah, I'm going to just mention that. Yeah, I think we'll do that. Yeah, we'll do that. Okay, well, we have, I think some of the people here have gone just on because they're just showing like they're on. Loretta, are you still here? Lindsay, are you still here? Layla, are you still here? Oh, and Victoria?
Yes, I'm here.
Oh, you are? I didn't answer when she was talking.
You just have a lot of people in that house, everybody in the meeting, so.
Okay, yeah, background noise, of course, makes sense. Okay, all right. Well, I think our speaker is having technical issues. So I am going to rebook her, and oh, there she is. She just came. She made it back. I just saw her.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh, poor Chip. Oh, technology. We are at the mercies of it.
Hey there. Hi. I'm on my cell phone.
Oh, Joe.
Oh, that's weird. It's allowed me to connect on the cell phone, but the computer just...
Yeah, the computer is probably tired.
Well, it's weird. It shouldn't be. It just totally just jumped out. I thought it was my power, but I had the power cable. I had the power cable plugged in. It was fine, but it wouldn't let me connect again. So I'm very sorry about that.
That's okay. So it sounds like you had a computer crash. That's all right. I have 4,000 emails sitting that we've been sending out that nobody has received, and we've been getting calls saying we signed up and we didn't get a link to the summit. So.
Oh no.
These things happen and we just have to roll with them. So we're just going to continue record everything, and then we will look at the email. We went on and the emails, it says somehow our email is now branded as unsafe. So most of our clients are corporate, so they're not getting the mass emails, and they've been calling. Some have been very upset. So we'll clean up our email and then we'll get everybody connected again. But it's been so silly. And you
Yeah.
can't take it personally, right? Life will happen.
Oh, I know. Absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Ah,
So
very good.
what do you want to do? Do you want to redo this session at another time? Maybe we look at another date and book it, because everything is recorded anyway, so it doesn't really matter. And then I'll look to get more interaction, get more people. We'll do a post on yours and try to get some attendance for your session. So we'll do it as a
Yeah, it's tricky, isn't it? Because if you haven't got the people there, it doesn't work.
Exactly. So
And then if I'd known that, then you do it completely different. I would have planned it differently and done it differently, as if it was. So I was trying to get the interaction, and that's how I planned it. And so if you're doing it lecture style all the way, then you have it ready to go that way.
Exactly. And then what happened is, like, we try to pull you up, but everybody went for dinner. So yeah, because at this time, most of the participants from my audience, like, they have kids and families and work.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah,
that's right. No, I completely understand.
So let's redo. We'll put you as a redo. Let's talk about some dates and times, because your phone would let you. Your computer decided no. It's just like
It's really weird. Well, I'm actually in I'm in a hotel, and because I'm actually on holiday at the moment, and I'm in Wanaka, and I was in a hotel, and I'm actually in the manager's office, and because we had internet issues where I was, so they put me into the manager's office, and I'm actually wondering whether something at the hotel switched off, because it's totally telling me that I can't get into Zoom at all on my laptop. So there was nothing wrong with the laptop. The laptop didn't crash. It was just that I suddenly couldn't get access to Zoom any longer.
Oh, maybe their security checked in. Yeah.
Yeah, it's weird. Something happened, but yeah. But anyway.